capital flows and the deals are done. Open your doors, let the future in. Come invest with us, we move as one. Small businesses growing, entrepreneurs on fire. Every dream was funding, every vision reaching high. 80,000 jobs created, one from every deal we sign. Make our stars and just attract the world, we help the world align. From Lekki to the deep sea coast, gateway taking form. Hey, so on the state of Lagos, promise of today. Hey, rise with Africa, rise with Africa. When the capital flows and the deals are done, open your doors, let the future in. Let the future in. Come invest with us, we move as one. Rise with Lagos, let's build together. Ooh, yeah. Innovation. Join hands, let's make it one.
The business gateway to Africa, where innovation meets capital. Rise with Lagos.
Rise with Lagos, rise with Africa. When the capital flows and the deals are done, open your doors, let the future in. Come invest with us, we move as one. Small businesses growing, entrepreneurs on fire. Every dream was funding, every vision reaching high. 80,000 jobs created, one from every deal we sign. Make our stars and just attract the world, we help the world align. Rise with Africa. When the capital flows and the deals are done, open your doors, let the future in. Come invest with us, we move as one. Blue line across the water, the red line cuts through steel. 37 kilometers of rail, Lagos is for real. From Lekki to the deep sea coast, gateway taking form. Hey, so on the state of Lagos, promise of today. Hey, rise with Africa, rise with Africa. When the capital flows and the deals are done, open your doors, let the future in. Let the future in. Come invest with us, we move as one. Rise with Lagos, let's build together. Ooh, yeah. Innovation. Join hands, let's make.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce the arrival of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. May we rise as we receive the Deputy Governor of Lagos State into this hall as we prepare to commence day 2 of Invest Lagos 3.0. Good morning, Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Thank you for joining us this morning for day 2 of Invest Lagos 3.0. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Day 2 of Invest Lagos 3.0. My name is Mojibade Shosoya, and I'm truly honored to return on Day 2 as your co-host.
And my name's Mark Edo, and what a day yesterday was, right? Lagos made its case with resonance and clarity at the highest level. And today, the focus shifts from that ambition to delivery, to partnerships, to financing, to implementation. And Mojibade, we had quite a who's who here in the room yesterday, and we also have quite a who's who today, do we not?
We do, absolutely. But before we start with the recognition and establish the protocol for today, we'd like to ask pressmen to please clear the front of the house. You are obstructing our guests. Thank you very much. Pressmen, would like to ask you to please take your position at the designated area for the press. Thank you very much. I liked the conversations yesterday, and I think one of the things that stood out for me, because a lot of things stood out, one of the things that stood out for me is the focus on the Castle Clouds hyperscale data center, which of course is gone from planning to execution. We're seeing it live. It was already commissioned a few weeks ago, and that says something that we're no more talking. We're now actively pursuing being the investment hub beyond being the commercial hub here in Lagos. On that note, we would like to make a few recognitions and establish the protocol for which all other speakers will adopt. We'd like to start by recognizing, before any recognitions, again, we would like to crave the indulgence of the distinguished pressmen to please stay at the designated area for the pressmen. Thank you very much. Let's avoid any obstructions to Day 2 of this conference. The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Honorable Ministers and members of the Federal Executive Council, the Chairman, Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, Lord Marland, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and progressive. On that note, we will take the opening reflections from day one, and I'd like to invite on stage a news anchor at CNN International, one of our own, the pride of Nigeria, a global treasure, an author, and an exceptional woman by all standards. Please make welcome Zain Asha. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And to join her on stage, I have the honor of also making welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, who also is the co-chair of the local organizing committee. Please celebrate Mrs. Folashade Bada Ambrose Medebem. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Over to you, Zain.
I had a wonderful time here yesterday. I left feeling so inspired. I felt as though Lagos is so much more than obviously just a city. It is an economy in and of its own right. And it has so much potential, so much untapped potential in terms of investment opportunities, its creative economy, infrastructure. And despite some of the challenges, we have to be honest about some of the challenges, this city continues to produce time and time again talented, creatives, innovators, founders. That is just what Lagos does. It's just what Lagos does. And so I think my question to you is, obviously yesterday, Commissioner, we heard from policymakers. I spoke to a few governors. We had backroom conversations between founders and investors. What do you think was the biggest or the most important theme that emerged yesterday? What was the biggest takeaway?
Thank you very much. I first and foremost want to say thank you very much to Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor. Thank you very much for your vision and your trust in Invest Lagos 3.0. Yesterday was indeed remarkable, so I fully concur with what you have said. And in terms of the reflections, or should I say the one thing, the takeaway from yesterday was more around confidence. Mm-hmm. Confidence follows capital. And we definitely saw that yesterday. And clearly, going forward, that's something that we surely intend to translate from policy into bankable opportunities, into deals, into the investment that will truly propel the future of, indeed, Lagos. And I'll say by extension, we saw yesterday one of the remarkable panels that got everyone really, really energized and enthused, framed around the fact that we didn't just talk about Lagos yesterday. We also talked about the nation, the federation, and keyed into His Excellency President Bola Ahmed's agenda, which is called the Renewed Hope Agenda, focusing really on generating a $1 trillion economy. And you saw that yesterday. And not only did we see that, I listened and got feedback, because I always, in anything that I do, always look out for feedback. And one of the things we saw as well yesterday was that the deal room was abuzz. I think that is a very, very important acid test of everything that happened yesterday, because one of the critical success factors that we're going to be judged on is what bankable opportunities, deals, MOUs, conversations, because we all understand the timeline for investment is quite long, but the conversations that happened, and the fact that we had over 300 international delegates in our partnership with the Commonwealth Enterprise Investment Council and Afrexim Bank, and a number of other strategic partners that we worked with, all saying, well done, congratulations. And it echoed and reverberated from every single cadre of stakeholders that were here yesterday. I was even told that we had to get more chairs in. It was online as well, so we made sure that even if you weren't in the room, you also ensured that you understood. And the other thing as well is the fact that we fused our culture. And that's something that's essentially our unique selling point. And we all know, again, that that was something that was highly appreciated. And we fused that, and for them to also understand that we've also translated that into also investment business opportunities as well.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you once again.
It sounds like it was certainly, I mean, yes, as you point out, obviously these things take time, but the fact that you're at least initially having the necessary conversations, just in terms of the beginnings and the seeds of deals, that is a great thing. I grew up in London. I live in New York. I'm originally from Enugu. But I will say that there is a certain way that Lagos makes me feel. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's a feeling of, I would say, just pure potential. That's what I feel when I'm here. It's this excitement that is unlike anywhere else. And that's just from a cultural perspective, but what would you say was unique about Lagos from a business perspective? What makes it uniquely investable in?
Well, the fact that we have the scale, both sides of the equation. We have the brain, we have the talent, we have the people as well. When I talk about scale, I'm talking about the fact that we're a thriving mega city with an excess of almost 30 million people. We have the talent and the people. We have the industrial base. We have the infrastructure. We have the technology. And when you put all of that together, we also have the consistency of a number of businesses that are operating here, us being the gateway to Africa. Hence the theme, Lagos, the business gateway to Africa, where innovation meets capital. We just shared a video and showed a video now showing the fact that we are also looking not only in terms of the Lagos State Development Plan 2052, which is a 30-year strategy, and the first in Africa where we've envisioned what the business climate would look like in 30 years' time, transcending administrations, and that in itself gives confidence. We've even gone one step further and now showing you what we look like in 2050 from an AI lens and a technology lens. And that just really tells you a lot about the fact that a lot of economic, financial capital, etc., actually thrives. And you heard His Excellency, the Vice President, say so, and he validated that across many dimensions. You heard the Honorable Minister of Aviation yesterday also say that. And you also saw the panel here. A lot of everything. We are the hub, we are the engine, we are the ecosystem that sort of enables our dear beloved nation to continue to thrive.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think final question, I mean, and I think you touched on this in your first response, this idea that, you know, you have these sorts of events that generate oftentimes a lot of excitement and a lot of buzz, but then you actually want to make sure it leads to concrete deals. And so I think my question to you is, 6 months from now, how do you know if this event has been a success? And actually also for investors who are in this room who feel really inspired but might be a little bit overwhelmed, maybe they don't know where to start, for example, you know, what are the ways in which you can actually measure whether or not this event has actually managed to sort of not just been worth it, because obviously it is worth it, but, you know, actually managed to lead to concrete deals?
Okay, so when the entire local organizing committee, when we've put together the entire event, we've looked at it from a pre, during, and post. And like I mentioned, the critical success factor of this entire convening are the deals. And a number of those have already started to happen. The critical success factor from the next 7 days is what indeed are the conversations that we've had in terms of the possible business opportunities. Case in point being one that we're already having conversations on the Lagos Medical Industrial Innovation Zone. It's a huge, huge endeavor that we're taking on. We've already started the pre-visibility studies. Tomorrow, day 3, we're going to be taking a number of these participants that have come in to the Lekki Economic Zone. And the essence of that really is for them to see. You know, when they say seeing is believing, for them to actually see and understand that we're talking about a 16,500 hectare expanse of land that has existed, and it's one of the sort of tools that we're going to use to drive our Lagos State industrial policy, which was released recently from 2025 to 2030, and for us to ensure that a number of those questions that continue to be asked, we address. Another outcome that we're also going to be showcasing tomorrow, for instance, which is another asset test, Mr. Governor is going to be launching a $20 million 3D manufacturing plant in Victoria Island. Again, another outcome from a number of our conversations. And we also have energy, which has recently been decentralized. We have a number of where those conversations are happening. We have a deal book, which we shared prior. Remember I said we had pre, during, and after. Clearly, in order for them to come, we needed to ensure that they had a very good understanding of some of the investment opportunities. And Mr. Governor's vision was very clear that we didn't really want it to just be government to government. So we also invited the private sector as well. So we also included those in our deal books. And in addition to our government to government, we also have what we call PPP, private sector partnership. So again, public-private partnership, I beg your pardon, whereby, again, there are a number of business investment opportunities that, again, have been shared and circulated. In addition to that, clearly the conversation is going to continue. So we've set up our website called investlagos.org, whereby, again, a number of conversations will continue to happen. And quite frankly, that's simply my mandate as the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. When you say my evaluation is going to be judged. So I can assure you that even before we come back to Invest Lagos 4.0, we'll start to communicate and share some of the MOUs, which we'll actually have a few here as well before we close today. So I just really don't want to, reveal too much, but I can say one thing, we're very consistent in Lagos. You heard a number of the opportunities that we also have across different sectors, technology, agribusiness. We have a medical roundtable. We have an agri-food systems roundtable. And that's something that's really, really important to a number of our citizens here. And that's something that we're also going to be talking about. We have the biggest food security logistics hub in sub-Saharan Africa. And those are the conversations we're going to be having. So again, I'm going to be saying that we look forward to, before we even announce Invest Lagos 4.0, that we'll be sharing some of the deals and outcomes as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
One more time, a round of applause, please, for that wonderful thing, really kicking us off there to a fantastic start. Lagos is really the city of the future, and that is exactly what we're going to get started with our first plenary panel of the day, building the cities of the future. Now, as you heard, Lagos is pursuing major infrastructure projects across aviation, rail, roads, and health-related public-private partnerships. The real question is not ambition. The real question is, how do we deliver, and how do we deliver at speed and at scale? We have a video for you, so please turn your attention to the screens, and I'll ask my colleagues to hit the red button. Go.
Lagos is not blessed with mineral wealth. We don't have oil, we don't have diamonds or gold, but we have people. And the new economy is the knowledge economy.
When a Nigerian travels abroad for oncology, or for cardiac care, or just for their annual checkup, the payment for the procedure, the flights, the accommodation, and the months of support all flow into another country's economy.
Simple comparator is cocoa and chocolate. So we grow the cocoa in Nigeria, we harvest it, we bag it, and we ship it out. And then we import exotic chocolates and beverages back to Nigeria at humongous cost to us. So if we apply this same principle to medical science, or any science for that matter, the raw material is here with us in Nigeria. The minds to translate that raw material into knowledge and discovery are here. 20, 30 years ago, we were the great consumers of international global culture and music. Every piece of music that we listened to was imported into Nigeria, until we made a deliberate effort to stimulate our own industry around culture and creativity. And now, Lagos, Nigeria, is a global phenomenon around Afrobeats, around culture, around creativity. So there's no difference, whether it's in the arts and culture, whether it's in engineering, architecture, in health, we can do the same thing.
What is structurally different about LASMISO is that the foundations exist before the announcement. The Lagos State Biobank is operational. The Smart Health Information Platform is deployed. The Infectious Disease Research Institute has broken ground. The Free Zone and Deep Sea Port are functioning. There is a 25-year concession and a feasibility study underway to ground every decision in evidence. We are building on solid ground that already exists. That is a structural difference.
The Lekki corridor succeeds.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a city of the future. And I think this whole conference is not about promise, really. It's not really about discussions about what we'd like to do. It is about what we get done here and the deals that get done, the partnerships that get formed. That's what it's really about. Now, let's get straight to it. Your next speaker, some men talk about building cities, and your next speaker was actually instrumental in building one, this one. Before he was the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, he was the Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure here in Lagos. The man responsible, I suppose, the buck stopped with him. He was responsible for the roads beneath your feet, the bridges connecting your commutes, the concrete expression of the promise to the people. And in Nigeria, as we all know, roads are really not just infrastructure. They're actually your report card. They are the verdict. They are actually what every mother, every trader, every driver grades the government on every single day. Then he took his mandate to the federal level, serving as special advisor on works to the Minister of Works, Power and Housing. So I guess he was a road czar on a national scale. Now, 2 terms as Deputy Governor of Lagos, Africa's most dynamic mega city, and the track record speaks for itself in tarmac, in steel, and in skyline. In my mind, I always call him the builder, because alongside his principal, the governor of Lagos State, this man has looked at Lagos and he saw not what it was, but what it could be. A city of dreams under construction with a very bright future. So please welcome the builder, the deputy governor, the Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat.
Good morning, everyone. Members, please. Members of the diplomatic corps that are here, the Deputy Consul General, United Kingdom, and my friend, the Chairman, Commonwealth Enterprise and the Investment Council, Right Honorable Lord Melland. I'm not sure he's here yet. The dinner took some time last night, so maybe it's running a bit late. The Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Honorable Shirley Boshwell, the Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, thank you very much. Members of the State Assembly that are here, and members of the Lagos State Executive Council, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Mebede, members, permanent secretaries that are here, especially Mr. Batunde Onigbanjo, who is the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for this program, all heads of agencies, and of course, the CNN African anchor, Ms. Zain Asha, thank you very much, captains of industries, representative of the international development and financial institutions, international delegates, our panelists that will be talking to us later, members, local organizing committee of Invest Lagos 3.0, corporate sponsors and exhibitors, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again. So first of all, I must thank everybody that's responsible for bringing us Invest Lagos 3.0. And we must thank the governor for bringing projects that allows us to do this type of projects. So a lot of people have said this century should be referred to as the African century. And the question that will shape that question will be asked at this plenary. What does it take to build the city of the future? And which of those cities will lead that future? I think Mr. Governor is just entering, so let's welcome the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. So, Mr. Governor, I was just thanking you for all those projects that allow us to come here and talk about Invest Lagos 3.0. So, which of these cities will lead in the future? And we believe that Lagos sits at the center of that question. With 25 million people, approximately 30% of Nigerian gross domestic product, a gross state product of over 48 trillion naira in 2025, comparable in PPP terms to about 15 African countries. Nigeria's primary commercial nerve center, the country's most concentrated market activity, and its more active private sector ecosystem, and a growing base of industrial and service enterprise. So I can therefore tell you that Lagos is on its own trajectory alongside other great cities in Africa. To get here, this administration planned ahead with the Lagos State Development Plan 2022 to 2053, our 30-year blueprint structured around 4 dimensions: human capital development, economic development, renewal of infrastructure and social development, and of course, sustainable environment. The Lagos State Development Plan emphasized Lagos as a world-class city. It is a generational document, a long-term horizon designed to bind successful administrations to coherent trajectory. And when Zain was asking the Honorable Commissioner that what separates Lagos, why is Lagos that unique? That is it. Because we look at generational document, long-term document that transcends administrations so that we are coherent in what we do. So with that horizon, this administration delivers the Teams Plus agenda. I'm sure a lot of us know what that means, where the T stands for traffic and transportation management. The H stands for health, and so on and so forth. And this Teams Plus agenda now expresses itself with the industrial expression in the Lagos State Industrial Policy 2025 to 2030. This policy operationalized the industrial component of the Lagos State Development Plan. And this industrial policy rests on 6 mutually reinforcing pillars. 2 of those pillars define the agenda for this role. Pillar 4 is infrastructure for industrial development, cluster and spatial industrial development, and Pillar 6 is green and inclusive industrialization, which is the conscience of that policy. The Lagos State Development Plan 2052 sets the horizon, and then the team's agenda sets the operational discipline, and of course, the industrial policy sets the industrial pathway. So it's a 5-year discipline that is serving a generation ambition. We therefore know that Lagos must stand at that threshold. So let me bring this a bit closer to the work itself. We know that we are designing a state that will exist for a long time. We want to build a state that will last. And therefore, we are governing, one, in real time. We know it's always under load and pressure, but we cannot switch off while we are improving it. So Lagos will land its passengers, its goods, and the capital at the Lekki International Airport, a project that will give the state a second international gateway, and in doing so, rebalance the entire logistic geography of West Africa. We have sat with the planners, we've walked the perimeter of that land, and I know that the work is real and the timeline is moving. Lagos will move its people on the metro line that we are building. That is the blue line and the red line, and of course, the ongoing green line. All these rail lines will be connected to bus terminals and ferries, which will reshape the way ordinary Lagosians experience their city. So the plan is for Lagos to industrialize with precision. And I'm happy that you've seen the last MISO, which is the Lagos State Medical Innovation and Industrial Zone, becomes the cluster on which our pharmaceutical and medical technology future will be built. The revitalization of our industrial estates in Ikeja, Apapa, Ilupeju, will return the productive art of this city to its full capacity. The Lekki Free Trade Zones and the Lagos Free Zones, between them, give us export-ready production architecture that this continent will demand for the next generation. So tying all this together is a smart city and digital infrastructure program. The Lagos we are building will be physical, will be intelligent, will be responsive, and must continually learn from itself. So these are real tangible undertakings. They are the work that have started, and people must and will see the impact. All of these that I've said matters because the rule of the game has changed. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the most consequential economic reform on the continent since independence for most of the countries. It will reward the territories that have done the work of producing competitively, moving goods efficiently, and meeting standards at scale. The territories without that discipline will face intensified importation competition. So under this free trade agreement, the city that builds a productive base, that holds the standard that operates this at scale, will win. Lagos must be that city. So we know that the next decade of value in Lagos is not about the individual assets. It is the connective tissue. The integration is what we want to invest in. So to the developers and operators in this room, the firms that build airports, that run ports, that lay rails, and bring the design intelligence on which all this depend, I can confirm to you that our state is the pipeline where we have the deep commitment to make sure that our state is built to last. So I invite you to come and build with us. And to the sovereign wealth funds, development financial institutions, the transactions that you require, the discipline of bankability, the structures of co-investment are present in this state and improving its cycle. So come and finance with us. To the multilateral partners, the institutions whose mandates align with the work of urban transformation and inclusive industrialization, Lagos offers you a partnership that will deliver. Come and convene with us. And to the captains of industry, the name that built the commercial economy of this country, the next phase of that economy will be written in Lagos. Therefore, come and scale with us. To our brothers from the other states in Nigeria and to the visiting heads of government, the relationship forged in this room are the relationship that will define African economic cooperation in this generation. We therefore invite you to come and partner with us. And to people in the diaspora, the diplomatic corps, whose country have stood with Nigeria across the long arc of our development, Lagos is open. Our door is clearly wide open. So come and let's take it further. This is the first continental investment summit that will be taking place around this country. So Lagos intends to be the 21st century industrial hub of Africa. the city against which subnational industrialization on this continent must be measured. That ambition is anchored in a program of work that this administration has set in motion, and that is the architecture of what I've spoken about, the Lagos State Development Plan 2022 to 2052, the team's agenda, and of course, the Lagos State Industrial Policy 2025 to 2030. All this pulled together will deliver a concise industrialization, mobility, financing for our state. The second is an invitation. That is to everyone in this room and those outside looking at us, and to those watching from beyond. The door of our state is wide open. Build with us, finance with us, convene with us, partner with us, scale with us. The city that can absorb your ambition is here, and it is ready, and that is Lagos. And the third is the note I will hold you with you for the longest. The work of building cities, we all know, is generational. It outlasts cycles, it outlasts administrations, it allows the name of those of us privileged enough to stand at its drawings today. The pact this room makes over the next 2 days is one that must carry forward through every phase of Lagos trajectory until the city we are building is the city that we have promised. A system or a state at this scale cannot and should not be financed from the public purse alone. The state's role is the part only a state can do. That is planned beyond any single administration, set stable rules and uphold them, take the early risk and attract capital and be predictable partner. So we are asking those partners to come. Let's work together. Lagos is committed. To that work, we are again committed. To that work, this generation and generation coming will follow, and that's how we'll be measured. So let us build together for us to keep growing Lagos. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Deputy Governor of Lagos State. We are also honored to have the Governor of Lagos State join us this morning. Sir, we've had an amazing day yesterday, and today is no exception. Now, it is with such interest we listen to the Deputy Governor talk about telling the investors to come and build with us, scale with us, and essentially win with us. The program, if you read through the program, there were so many, it's an interesting thing. I recommend that you read the program because there's a lot of interesting things in there, and also the ability to reach out and connect post this conference with the organizers and with Lagos State government. There was a big line there that said, this is where ambition meets structure. Capital rarely moves on just excitement alone. It always moves when risk, timing, and structure begin to align. And I think that is what I'm interpreting from the opening remarks from our dear Deputy Governor there. What are we going to be talking about? Building the cities of the future is what we are talking about. And Lagos has already started. You heard about the Lekki International Airport, 3 metro rails, the 4th mainland bridge, a medical park, public-private partnerships, waterway activation, embedded power initiatives, industrial corridors, and so much more that we can build together. So let's get into it. Our first panel. I want you to please welcome your moderator. She's a very well-known face here in Nigeria. If you switch your televisions on a Saturday, you'll see her on Arise on the business program. Please welcome your moderator, Mrs. Rolake Akinkugbe Filani.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just standing on all established protocols. It's great to be here. I'm going to invite all our panelists to be seated on the stage, after which we'll take the short video clip that was meant to play earlier. First, I'd like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Health of Lagos State, Professor Akinke Abayomi. Please give him a round of applause as he comes on. then I'd like to invite the chairman of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Olusegun Ogunsanya. A round of applause for him. Then we have Mr. Vivek Aswani, Executive Director, Tolaram. A round of applause. And we have Mr. James Oludele Clinton, the Managing Director of EV Mass Transport Solutions. A round of applause for him as well. And then last but by no means least, Dr. Valentine Obi, founder and group CEO, eTransact Group. A round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you very much. So please turn your attention to the screens as we... Okay, all right, I think we'll just move on with the session, I've been told. So the topic of discussion today is building the city of the future. So instead of starting with statistics, I wanted to paint a bit of a picture to set the context, which I think many of you who reside here in Lagos will recognize. So picture an ordinary Lagos morning. A worker in Ikorodu needs to get to a job on the island. She's not in Ikorodu by choice. She's there because that is where housing she can afford exists. Now, the island where the jobs are is also where the rents are. And so every morning, millions of Lagosians make a journey that is not just a commute, but the daily reality of where affordable housing and economic opportunity have never quite managed to locate themselves in the same place. Now, as she approaches her transport location, there's a footbridge. You know, the pedestrian bridges that go from one side of the road to the other, engineered, funded, and built by the government. But she's trying to catch the danfo on the other side of the road. These are the small commuter buses. And the danfo is already pulling away. So the commuter makes a quick calculation. Since the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, do I go on the footbridge or do I dart across the road? Now, to many of us driving our cars, it might seem like irrational behavior to have this commuter cross the road. But actually, I say it's not irrational behavior. It's a rational response to a city growing faster than many infrastructure programs can fully keep pace with. And it tells us something very important, that Lagos's people are moving already at the speed this city needs to move. Now, if you extend that scene and imagine a Lagos where integrated industrial ecosystems like the Lagos Free Zone and the deep sea port that Tolaram has spent decades building are the anchors around which affordable housing, transit corridors, and community infrastructure are deliberately collated. Where the worker stays is in Ikorodu because Ikorodu itself has become a node of economic activity connected by fast, reliable transport. It is not a distant vision. We have the proof of concept already here operating in Lagos at scale. And why this matters is because by 2050, Lagos's population is projected to exceed 32 million, greater than 3 times, 10 times than New York or Los Angeles. And so that scale of growth is why we need to build the city of the future. And this is what this conversation is about. So I'd like to direct the first question to the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Professor Akinyabayomi. And it's really that COVID-19 exposed for some cities around Africa and the continent that health infrastructure is part of the fabric of any thriving megacity. So the first question is, how do you make the case that investment in health infrastructure in somewhere like Lagos actually makes commercial and developmental sense?
So thank you very much, Rolake. So what Lagos is trying to do, and I think you've built the picture of a city that's growing almost faster than we can keep up with. And so as a health sector, we have to make sure that we have the appropriate infrastructure, but more importantly, the human resources for health. Now, as fast as we make our doctors, they leave the country. Almost 50% of our doctors and medical professionals leave. So we're looking inwards to look at the drivers and the forces that would encourage them to stay back in Lagos or Nigeria. So Lagos is embarking on what's called the healthcare financing reforms, because the drivers of brain drain and the reluctance of those that have drained to come back is the economic reality around healthcare delivery. And if you want to make Lagos as green as London, New York, Dubai, or South Africa, then we've got to do something different. So the healthcare financing reform looks at multiple parameters. It's infrastructure, it's welfare, but at the bottom, at the end of the day, it's the economic reality of your profession. And so we're introducing what's called the executive order. The executive order of the health care financial reform is the domestication of the National Health Insurance Act Authority, which stipulates that all Nigerians now must carry some form of health insurance. So Lagos, that was released in 2022. Lagos domesticated that in 2024. The governor released the executive order, and we're the only state that has actually domesticated that initiative. Now for Lagosians, in the next couple of months, it's going to be mandatory for you to own some form of health insurance. So what does that do to you? First of all, we know that 77% of Nigerians pay for healthcare out of pocket. That for us is a no-no. You can't go anywhere in the world and start bringing out cash on the table and things like that. You put an insurance card when you're actually trying to seek health. So the process we're going through now is to transform Lagosians into the culture of health insurance. Now that's going to inject a huge amount of money into the sector. It will suddenly start, so what you have now there is addressing demand. How do you buy health? If you have a card in your pocket that allows you to buy health, then the economists will tell you that supply follows demand. But we're not just doing demand, we're actually going neck and neck with demand on the supply side. The government is building modern medical infrastructure across the state at primary, secondary, and tertiary. We're using low carbon footprint designs. We're stimulating the private sector. We're going into multiple PPPs. So we're addressing the two ends of the spectrum. We're trying to achieve universal healthcare coverage and also make Lagos the destination for medical tourism. But at the bottom of all that is, how do you pay for health?
Thank you very much. And I think that really brings us to a very important point around the connection between healthcare infrastructure, insurance, and payments and financial technology. So I'd like to come now to Dr. Valentine Obi. You know, the cities of the future, we don't just build them on concrete and steel. We actually need to build them on financial services. So in your mind, what does the future of a city built on solid digital infrastructure look like? And what does it look like today in Lagos, and what are the possibilities?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we can see already that the state is actually dotting the I's properly. And I'll say this. The cities that will lead in the 21st century have three major assets, I would say. And one of them is the physical infrastructure, which is talking about the roads, the bridges, the healthcare that we're talking about, and all that. And this moves people and good, right? The second, of course, is the digital infrastructure layer, which we're talking about, the broadband, all the stuff, the cloud infrastructures, and all the stuff. And yesterday, the governor even told us he was able to launch a new data center. Now, these are infrastructure, or this asset moves information. Then come to the payment. We're talking about the right banking infrastructure, the payment system, the credit system. The commissioner just talked about, the insurance part of it. Now, any city that we're going to lead in the 21st century will really have these three assets properly integrated to make sure it happens. The physical infrastructure is indeed, you must have it because that is the basis, the critical component, foundation for economic growth. And by the time we see what the state is already doing, what I believe we are doing here is how to scale what the government is already doing. Because in terms of physical infrastructure, the state is right on it. In terms of digital technology, the state is already doing quite a lot with that. And in terms of payment system, the country is already with the right technologies to drive this. So I think and I believe that this is what is required for the state to do, and the state is really making its effort to make sure this thing happens.
So do you, if I may come back, do you envisage a scenario where the commuter I gave an analogy around in terms of their daily experience Lagos has one single payment channel for accessing infrastructure services from social infrastructure to physical and transport infrastructure in a mega city like Lagos?
Yes, I do. And I believe that it must be something that have to be in the agenda of the state. If we are having proper digital identity for the citizens in the state, so that same identity can be linked properly to a system that enables you to be able to take care of anything that you wanted to do in this country, in the state, either paying for your insurance, either commuting, either, even paying for school fees. But also interesting to know this, that, we talk about commuting. Commuting is great, but in the cities of the future, or historically, cities are built around commuting. In the 21st century, it's truly not going to be about commuting, but about connectivity. Because what is going to happen is, at least we know today, that the workplace is no longer tied to a physical location. So people are not going to actually be commuting that much. People can stay right where they are and do a lot of quality stuff. Which means if our digital connectivity is in place, many of the commuting challenges also will be solved. But answering your question, I believe that that can happen. You have one digital identity which you can use for all kinds of payment within the
Fantastic. And I'll come back to you to ask what the regulatory enablers for that might be. But let me come now to Mr. James Oludele Clinton. In a city that's rapidly expanding from a demographic perspective, we cannot ignore the impact of climate change and carbon emissions as we build out our infrastructure. And you work in the mass transit space, specifically in the EV space. So what role does e-mobility play in the future of a city like Lagos?
Thank you, Laura. So if you allow me, I'll go back a bit. I'll start from the commuter that you described, who, as it is, altogether spend currently about 6 trillion, which today is not captured in any way.
6 trillion across the Lagos population?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Which is all cash. And she spends all of that money, none of it is captured. What we need for that commuter, for the future in the system we want to build, is to go electric. I said earlier to someone that the electric vehicle is actually an electric device on wheels. And it allows you to capture a lot of data, which is why countries like China and India, across the strata, whether it's the electric vehicle, it's the electric tricycle, the motorcycle, all forms of mobility, they're taking it electric. Enhances your payment solution, allows you to gather data on who leaves from one point to the other point, integrates your payment, and at the end of the day, achieves that one-stop payment solution that you are looking for.
Okay, so with the electric mobility, given the scale of Lagos, we have roughly 25 million people. In terms of the infrastructure build-out that needs to power that, and giving the electricity landscape, what is the strategy and plan for making that method of transportation sustainable and commercially viable?
Okay, so we'll go back to how has it been done?
Yes.
How has China, how has India done it? One thing that happens with the electric mobility is that your charging is usually tied to a particular charging form or a swap system, which then means you always have to come back. With data, it makes it easier for you to get funding because now the financial providers understand that this particular charging pile, would serve 30 vehicles on a regular. And we fund it, we have the regulatory backing from the state, we will get our money back. If you were to charge, the state today has about 1 million vehicles. If you were to charge 250,000 of that, you probably need about 100 megawatts of power. Once that 100 megawatts is deployed, the OEM selling the vehicles would easily sell the vehicles because today they are $8,000 brand new EV vehicles, which is better, way better than the 8,000 is 12 million naira, which is way better than the 16 million naira tokumbo that will hurt the environment, hurt our health, and will give you so much problems. So I do believe that it's all about creating. So I'll take one step. Prof talked about the executive order on health. We probably need to have an executive order on e-mobility, which says that in the next 5 years, Lagos must transit from fossil fuel to electric, and this is the structure.
Fantastic.
And with the SCRAMPS program, which is a fantastic urban planning solution, you could actually site charging locations today and plan it out that these are swap stations, these are power stations, these are master charging stations powered by solar and CNG, these are LPG. You know, it's about the structure, but that is the future of Lagos.
Thank you very much. Already, Mr. Governor and Deputy Governor, we're giving you some takeaways. But you know, and I'm sure it's music to your ears, Professor Abayomi, especially from the health perspective, but I want to come to Vivek. Tolaram, in some ways, and the Lekki Free Zone is a microcosm, in my mind, of what a future sustainable Lagos, city like Lagos, could look like. So what do you think for that project and what you've been able to achieve was the biggest policy enabler or regulatory enabler that enabled you to achieve that sustainably? Because I think it can serve as a model for other ways we want to build those corridors in the city.
Yeah, thank you, Rolake, and it's great to be amongst esteemed panelists like this. For our consideration with the Lagos Free Zone and Lekki Port, I think the biggest catalyst was proving that a public-private partnership can really work. We are well integrated with Nigerian port authorities. We're well integrated with Nigerian customs within the infrastructure of the Free Zone and Lekki Deep Sea ports. You're able to bring your goods from a port within 48 hours through our green channel and be in a place where there is power, there's clean water, there's security, and there's infrastructure around with logistics, mobility, connectivity, banking, payments, in order for businesses to catalyze their environment. And I think that's very important because once we can prove that the public-private partnership works well, it's a catalyst for other investors, other industrialists, other economic zones to take that benefit and move forward.
Okay, and what is your sustainability strategy? Because I know in terms of industrial power use, climate, environmental sustainability, how can we build that alongside the tolerant type of model?
Yeah, absolutely. I think first and foremost with sustainability, the important consideration is we do not move to a policy where we over-regulate, right? In Europe, if you look at a lot of countries in Europe today, they're really pushing forward policy around sustainability. But it requires a lot of companies and industries to spend their sustainability budgets on compliance and reporting. A huge amount of their budgets go there. Now, in the case of sustainability, what are we talking about? The ability to power our industries with more efficient power or with cheaper forms of power? That's a commercial consideration. We would like to have EV vehicles that have less maintenance charges, that can be powered anywhere with either battery swaps or other infrastructures. These are improvements to the commercialization, to the economic viability. So when we think about sustainability from a group perspective, we do not think about it from, oh, we have to meet this and this requirement. We think about how we can run our businesses efficiently, with less wastage, with less water usage, with the most efficient power, being well governed towards governance, paying your taxes well, even employee support, building foundations, building schools, all of that's part of your stakeholder engagements. In the free zone, we actively employ from surrounding communities. Those communities in part feel entrenched in the project. They feel like it's a home that's being created for them. And that's the greatest initiative we can give when we start to build infrastructure and businesses, is to continue to give back to society and communities. And that's where I think the power of sustainability and economic resilience can really lie.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us about the tolerant model. And Mr. Ogunsoya, I deliberately left you to finish this first round of questions because none of this can happen without capital. NSIA has been involved, particularly in areas like health infrastructure and other types of infrastructure. But is there a particular type of project currently in Lagos's pipeline that you think NSIA can really support to achieve the sustainable future of the city that we're seeking to build?
Thank you. Lagos has been a darling of NSIA, and most of our investment are actually based in Lagos, not by any deliberate policy, but because Lagos is a commercial hub for the country. About 3 weeks ago, the governor and I just launched a data center somewhere in Lekki. It's going to be the largest data center in Nigeria, about 40 megawatt data center. And that's going to be an enabler for a future city. For a future city, what do you need? You need digitization. There's no way we can continue to be a manual system if you want to be a mega city. If you look at two examples of the cities of the future, Dubai that we all talk about, 4 million people. You can look at New Delhi, 35 million people, two extremes, but both of them are thriving on technology. One is focusing on smart technology. Dubai is a place where everything is done smartly. And with India, it focuses on what I call digital public infrastructure, which is a combination of 3 layers of technology. Identity layer that is basically digitized, another layer for payments that is instant, and a third layer for information sharing. On these 3 layers, you can build anything: health facilities, education facilities, instant payment. They all work together. And that can only be enabled by a very, very massive data center. Consume massive energy. Energy is provided in the data center. That's what we support. Beyond the data center that we're supporting, we're actually part of the Medipark that is being built in front of the Lagos Boat Club. We're putting a major diagnostic center as a feature of the mega path. Most of you may not be aware, the cancer center at Luth was actually put together by the NSIA, very well run, affordable to many patients, still the cheapest in the country. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway was put together enabled by NSIA. And we not only support mention digitization, we also do entertainment. That's a major arena that we're putting together around Lekki. It's going to be a 12,000 capacity. Arguably the biggest arena that would be enough to entertain basketball, whatever we choose to do, that's going to be enabled. So we are a good friend of Lagos State.
we keep supporting Lagos State, like you support every other state, because the fund is owned by the federal government, the 36 state government, the local governments, and the municipal of Abuja. So we're a friend of everyone. But Lagos, of course, is a special friend of NSIA.
Yeah, thank you. And I think those projects and that pipeline deserve a round of applause. I think it's easy to underestimate just what it takes. But I'm coming back to you, Mr. Ogunsoya, because I think it's easy to believe sometimes that it's just sort of free money you throw at infrastructure projects. But what is it that you would typically seek to ensure that these projects are viable, and maybe other states can learn one or two things for how Lagos is structuring these projects that make it attractive to a long-term infrastructure investor like NSIA?
Thank you. At NSIA, we don't want to be an operating investor. We're never an operator. But what I call a marquee investor, we just put a stamp of approval on any investment. It's a signature of the sovereign. We're not going to operate the asset. We're not going to be the majority shareholder. But when you put a stamp of sovereignty on any investment, it de-risks the project significantly. That's one thing we do. Number two, we don't seek to be the majority shareholder. Typically, we don't take more than 25% of any investment. You must figure out to fund the balance. Number three, we like to see co-investors. When I say co-investors, we want like-minded co-investors, typically DFIs, pension fund, or other investors who share our own ideas of transparency. We like to see that. We also want to be sure that the project is actually sustainable. How do we talk about sustainability? If you're constructing a road, we want to see how the road is going to be paid for. Whether there's a toll that is going to be paid for by the users, or government is going to make, somebody has to pay for something. Nothing is free in life. Either the drivers are paying you a toll to use the roads, or the government is making an allocation to defray the cost of the infrastructure. If you're supporting a seaport or an airport, there should be fares that would return sufficient returns to those who are putting the money down. And finally, we're not a perpetual investor. We're not going to be in any investment forever. We want to see an exit strategy. How do we exit investment so that we can use that money for other stuff? Which is why it's also important to have a very, very deep capital market where we can go, sell the investment, or we can find other investors who are coming to take it up. But that is very, very important for us. And a very small issue which I like to mention is about the currency issue. Remember, this fund is meant to preserve the wealth of the country and also to increase the wealth of our country. So we don't like where the value is being diluted, which is why we tend to ensure that the projects we finance, they are de-risked by probably having a dollar-linked return, or the Naira pricing is sufficiently flexible to accommodate swings in macro indices to make sure we preserve the value of the investment. So all those things are very important in order to make sure your wealth, my wealth, is preserved for your children, my children, for generations unborn.
Fantastic. Thank you for giving us that picture of what it takes to structure these bankable projects. Now, speaking of wealth, Professor Aboyomi, we often say health is wealth. But one of the things I think that also makes for a sustainable city is culture. And what I mean by culture, in the philosophical sense, how people interact with the infrastructure that is built, or the lifestyles people pursue in a megacity like Lagos. For instance, biomass, wood fuel burning, which contributes to health challenges as opposed to switching to clean cooking. How is the Ministry of Health in Lagos State ensuring that the infrastructure being created and developed around health actually aligns with the way people are using and interacting with those pieces of infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's actually a really, really important question. And when Mr. Governor gave us the mandate to develop the blueprint for medical infrastructure transformation, one of the key pillars on which we built that blueprint was, apart from renewable energy and patient and staff flow, we looked at the cultural behavior of our citizens. For example, if you go to a hospital in England, you know, they'll tell you there's visiting hours between 5 and 7, and then one person comes and you sit by the bed. In Africa, you have a relative on admission. The whole village is outside. You know, there are people there from morning to night, you know. So in our facilities, we have to take certain cultural attributes into consideration. Is there enough space for the family? The family actually come, Sometimes they cook outside or they cook nearby. They need somewhere to sleep because they're not just going to leave their relative sitting in a medical facility. So the cultures are different. And we've designed our blueprint to accommodate the nuances of how citizens relate with their relatives when their relatives are in or on admission in hospitals. So the new hospitals that we're rolling out at International Airport, and so we're already embedded in there. And even for this conference, many of you will start receiving WhatsApp and email messages asking about your welfare, where did you travel from, and so on and so forth. It's all part of the BioShield. We're very, very particular. We know everybody that's coming in from Eastern and Central Africa at this point in time.
Yeah.
Whether you're coming by air, by road, we're all networked with our epidemiologists around the states. We're in touch with the airlines. We have the advanced passenger information sheet. So we know where everybody is coming from, and we know what your business is as best as we can. And so that BioShield is to try and protect the inflow of a very dangerous pathogen. Should it come in, then we have a very, very elaborate network of contact tracing, as well as the isolation centers and our very advanced biosafety laboratory.
Fantastic. Good to know Lagos is building that resilience and well prepared. So I'm going to maybe start from the end there, Mr. Clinton, and as we start to wrap up, a final set of questions for the remaining panelists. Imagining a future of Lagos, you have today, many of you know we have taxis, we have Uber, you have your personal vehicles, you have your corporate buses, we have rail transportation, the various lines, we have transport by helipad, we have waterways. Where is the scope really for the EVs from an affordability perspective? Because part of having a sustainable city is access for commuters, and access is affordability. How do you see that working out in the future and coexisting alongside all these other modes of transportation? Very briefly.
Okay, the way I'll put it is that for you to get the best benefit on EVs is on a mass transit or commercial basis. The private luxury vehicle transits the owner to work and back. So the emission on the traditional vehicle is not much. But the mass transit, the buses, the tricycles, the motorcycles for logistics, the ferries, that's the scope that you start at, and that has the largest impact on the city of the future, because it's the bottom of the pyramid, and you move a larger volume of the population at that level. You make the largest saving on carbon emissions, and you gain the best on fuel switch from fossil fuel to electric.
So EVs, mass market, not sort of a middle class private
Mass
vehicle.
transit is where you get the biggest impact.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to come to you, Dr. Valentine Obi, from a payments and digital infrastructure perspective. What is the one regulatory or policy catalyst you think we should be introducing now into the payments infrastructure, digital infrastructure landscape in Lagos that will prepare and position it for the future?
Well, I think the first is, I think the central bank already has the right regulatory framework for such, solutions. Definitely, cash is expensive. And if we ensure that almost all government services are paid digitally, that will be enormous. One, it will save the government cost. It reduces fraud. It reduces corruption. And it helps with a lot of reconciliation that they will have to do. And the collection becomes a lot easier. And already, Lagos State is doing quite a lot when it comes to digital technology and financial payments. Now, the regulatory part of it is that the central bank has already made that possible, because all the government need to do is to ensure that they partner with the right banking institution, and that automatically will allow whatever platform that the government wants to put in to use for payments. So that is given. So the Lagos State government already has a lot of collection platforms that is working for them. And if they can just ensure that they can reduce cash payment in government facilities, I think that will be enormous. And that will indeed increase even the revenue for the government. That's my...
Thank you very much. So Vivek, Tolaram, we know about your achievements. And the question is, what next? Your project is concentrated in what we call the eastern corridor of Lagos as a megacity. What is the scope and potential to replicate that for the future? Have you looked at other parts of the city, for instance?
Yeah, I mean, as a business, we've been in Nigeria for 50 years, and we manufacture products all over the country, Lagos being the largest investment that we have across our many factories. And for the group going forward, we'll continue to invest in the country, in industrialization locally. I think what's really important and what we see as the future is that we move away from being an import-based country. We need to facilitate manufacturing, job creation, an ecosystem and an economic platform that can continue to grow and support the increase in population and the size of the city as it evolves. When it comes to the free zone, our ambition is to make Lekki Deep Sea Port the largest deep sea port in all of Africa, so that we can continue to continue to export all of the great products that we had. You know, Doctor was talking about the cocoa exports. You need the right infrastructure in place to be able to process cocoa and then get the value addition before you export. So from Tolaram's perspective as a business, it's continuing to drive that and continuing to develop a zone where we can invite multiple businesses to use Nigeria as its manufacturing base, not just for Nigeria itself, but all of West Africa.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vivek. So, Mr. Ogunsoya, I'll give you the final words. You know, one of the things that Vivek talked about in his first submission was the importance of public-private sector partnerships. NSIA has been working with Lagos State for a very long time. Is there a new model for that partnership going into the future that you would perhaps like to see, especially as the demands for infrastructure digitization continue to increase in Lagos?
I would like to see a deeper level of local capital formation. I've seen a lot of emphasis on DFIs, on the money coming from outside the country. But if you look deeply, we need to find ways of financing local capital. Capital from pension funds, capital from insurance companies, capital from banks. I believe there is enough quantum of long-term funding that we can use to support the PPP framework. A couple of days ago, we just got some confirmation from IFC. They're going to be part of a $1 billion fund that we're anchoring. This $1 billion fund is to provide some sort of guarantee for infra investment. We know infra investment are very long-term, huge capital required. In order to de-risk this, we're setting up a $1 billion fund that is anchored by us, World Bank, IFC just came in again. And this funding is meant to cover 4 different areas of any infra investment: the project preparation phase, the development phase, the guarantee, those who want the guarantee, and also to provide the risk capital itself. These are areas where I reckon that Lagos State government and other interests can benefit from. And our screening is very deep. It's just meant to make sure that the money, when it leaves, it comes back in the right format again. So, but I must commend the Lagos State government, the governor, the deputy governor, on the very excellent partnership between us and them. I've listed a number of projects. We just did another power station about a couple of days ago. The very power station is also being supported by the NSIA. I'm sure other states are jealous, but we just love the fact that Lagos State government has been a viable partner of NSIA, and we continue to do whatever we can to raise the standard of living. On the last note, I'd just like to say, as we look at the city of the future, there's one thing that we need to look out for. We should make these a very affordable city. and also a very inclusive city. We shouldn't build a city of prosperous, islands surrounded by poverty-stricken community. How do we make sure that the growth that we're talking about is inclusive and becomes affordable to a large number of people that live in Lagos State? That's my last thing.
And you know, I really think that's such a brilliant note to end on. When I sum up the discussion today, there's 3 words that come to mind. First is sustainability, which someone once described as building and meeting the needs of today without jeopardizing the needs of future generations. The second part of it is around viability, the fact that everything comes at a financial cost and projects needs to be bankable. But most importantly, I think the last one, which resonates with what Mr. Ogunsoya said, is related to a phrase I once heard, and many of you would have heard it, that the sign of a country or a city that's wealthy is not when the poor switch to private cars, but it's when the wealthy start to use mass transit. And I think that speaks to me of access and democratization. And I think what we've really heard here today is the need for an integrated approach to building our city of the future. Thank you very much, and many thanks to Professor Abayomi, Mr. Ogunsoya, Vivek Aswani, Dr. Valentine Obi, and of course, the EV guy, Mr. James Oludele Clinton. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to you, our wonderful moderator, for steering the conversation. I'd like to quickly invite Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, and the co-chairs to please join for a quick picture after this panel. That was a very progressive conversation, don't you think, Mr.
Yes,
Mark?
Rolake, you're my favorite moderator ever. That was fascinating. Absolutely
Very well done.
fascinating.
Well done, Rolake. We told you yesterday that day 2 would even be better, more insightful, and you can already tell from the conversations we've had. Thank you very much. Well done to our moderator, Rolake Akekugbe-Filani, and our exceptional panelists. A round of applause for them as they exit the stage. Thank you so much. And imagine today we have Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, both of them present for Invest Lagos 3.0.
Lagos is not blessed with mineral wealth. We don't have oil, we don't have diamonds or gold, but we have people. And the new economy is the knowledge economy.
When a Nigerian travels abroad for oncology, or for cardiac care, or just for their annual checkup, the payment for the procedure, the flights, the accommodation, and the months of support all flow into another country's economy.
Simple comparator is cocoa and chocolate. So we grow the cocoa in Nigeria, we harvest it, we bag it, and we ship it out. And then we import exotic chocolates and beverages back to Nigeria at humongous cost to us. So if we apply this same principle to medical science, or any science for that matter, the raw material is here with us in Nigeria. The minds to translate that raw material into knowledge and discovery are here. 20, 30 years ago, we were the great consumers of international global culture and music. Every piece of music that we listened to was imported into Nigeria, until we made a deliberate effort to stimulate our own industry around culture and creativity. And now, Lagos, Nigeria, is a global phenomenon around Afrobeats, around culture, around creativity. So there's no difference, whether it's in the arts and culture, whether it's in engineering, architecture, in health, we can do the same thing.
What is structurally different about Las Mizo is that the foundations exist before the announcement. The Lagos State Biobank is operational. The Smart Health Information Platform is deployed. The Infectious Disease Research Institute has broken ground. The Free Zone and Deep Sea Port are functioning. There is a 25-year concession and a feasibility study underway to ground every decision evidence. We are building on solid ground that already exists. That is a structural difference.
The Lekki corridor succeeds because its operators complement one another. Lagos Free Zone provides world-class industrial infrastructure and port access, while other developments along the axis contribute additional industrial capacity, logistics, and scale. Together, they create an integral ecosystem where businesses can seamlessly import raw materials, access talents and services, and export finished products through a connected network. Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited coordinates this relationship to ensure the corridor functions as one powerful ecosystem rather than isolated developments.
Las Mizo is fundamentally investable. The fundamentals are strong. There's significant unmet healthcare demand in Nigeria and in Lagos. There's heavy dependence on pharmaceutical importation. There is a large clinical market in Lagos and existing infrastructure within the free zone and clear government backing through a long-term concession framework. The opportunity is real. In my opinion, the most undervalued asset is the data infrastructure. Lagos generates millions of patient interactions annually, supported by primary healthcare centers, a growing biobank, and integrated health information systems. That ecosystem creates long-term advantages in research, clinical trials, drug development, and biotech innovation.
We're moving out of the era of minerals and fossil fuel. It's all around intelligence.
If you know you're wise for Lagos, you know you're wise for anywhere.
Las Mizo is a whole network of information feeding into a central location. So there are going to be several Las Mizo hubs all over Lagos feeding into the central location because it's like, a refinery where you have sources of oil coming from different wells to be purified and converted into products that's useful. And so Las Mizo is just the refinery and the produce of knowledge and benefit to society is what comes out of the refinery. And that has tremendous economic value. But it all comes from the society. It comes from our institutions. It comes from our doctors, our healthcare professionals. It comes from our academics. It comes from inquiring
Ladies and
minds
gentlemen, please take your seats so the program can begin.
Take
Take your seats, please. This includes the
solutions.
gentlemen of
When
the
Las Mizo is
press
fully
as well.
operational, with the plants running, the labs leads,
Please
and
take your
medicines made in
seats.
Lagos
Please
shipping
listen
across-
to me. I'm the moderator. I'm your traffic warden. You have to listen to Mark Edo as I say, please take your seats. Please take your seats.
So seeing it function will be the proof that the support mattered.
Never before have two ministries ever come together. And this project has been in the offing for over 6 years within healthcare. And I'm delighted that under my leadership and under Mr. Governor's leadership, it will mean a great deal to see Las Mizo fully realized. To stand one day in a zone where Nigerian scientists are discovering, Nigerian workers are manufacturing, and Nigerian patients are being treated with medicines made here in Lagos, Nigeria.
Lasmizo will be born in Lagos. Lagos is the center of excellence. This is Lagos, Eko and Ibaje. The starting block of human capital is good health, and we promise you that we will play our part in ensuring that Lagos has the human capital that it requires to be nationally, regionally, continentally, and internationally competitive for a better Lagos. Thank you very much.
Okay, the program continues. Please take your seats right now. All these people in front. The gentleman with the white hat. Can you tap this gentleman right here? This gentleman, tap him on his shoulder. Please go and sit down, please. Please, thank you. This lady over here, please. Madam, over there wearing black, go and sit down, please. All of you, please go and sit down. Yes, all of you. Gentlemen of the press, this guy wearing black native, go and sit down. These people, please, waiting to speak to the governor. These two ladies, please, can you sit down over there? I see a lady in green at the back there. Madam, I see you. Can you sit down? Thank you. I told you I'm a traffic warden. It's my job. It's what I'm paid for. Please, Ejoko. Okay. So, growth in Lagos at scale, what we dream of, what we hope you, our brothers from across the globe, will invest in, it depends on domestic policy, it depends on domestic partnerships, but it also depends on the quality of international partnerships. And that's what we're going to be talking about in Plenary 5, which has actually 3 parts to it. It's called the Global Partnership for Growth Plenary Session, or segment, should I say. And the first one's a big one. Now, the Commonwealth is 56 countries, 2.7 billion souls. AFCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the biggest free trade area in the world, the hopes and aspirations of 1.4 billion Africans with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion US dollars and 55 countries. Put them together, the Commonwealth and the AFCFTA, you have a lot of people, you have a lot of GDP, and you have a lot of countries. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing right now when we talk about global partnerships for growth. So this is what I call in-conversation conversation. There's no moderator, because they don't need one, because they are sort of 2 sides of the same coin, and I want you to give them a warm round of applause for a conversation as they come to the stage. Please welcome Ms. Samantha Cohen, the Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. Followed by the hardest working man, I always call him, at the AFCFTA. He is the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat. Please welcome His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Do you have your mics? Can we get them some mics? Oh, they have mics. Ah, you came prepared. The floor is yours. Go for it.
We're on. Well, it's lovely to see you, Kelly, and you've been working so hard these last couple of days. Everybody wants to talk to you, so I think you're obviously doing something right. But it's really a very crucial time in the AFCFTA, and I think we're at a crossroads because of geopolitical shifts and the way the world is changing so rapidly. And I'd just like to hear from you what you think, where are you in the implementation journey, and what are the critical priorities of your next phase?
Well, thank you very much. And again, let me thank my senior brother, His Excellency, the Governor, for inviting me. And it's been a very, very intense day and a half. We started this journey, as you know, in 2020. That is when the Assembly of Heads of States and Government decided that we have to accelerate market integration in Africa. 55 economies, fragmented, 42 currencies, inability of people to move easily across borders, all of these things contributing to a very, very constrained intra-Africa growth pattern. And since then, we have, I'm happy to report, as I said yesterday, there are now 50 countries in Africa that are implementing the AfCFTA. We have had, we've concluded all of the protocols, what we refer to as the protocols, which are really the sub-agreements for, that constitute the main trade agreement. That work has been concluded. And we are seeing records amounts of intra-Africa trade. This year, we project intra-Africa trade will be at $230 billion. Last year, it was at $220 billion. So we are making progress, but we have to move faster because, as you said, the global economy and the global context is adverse. Many countries have been kicked out of AGOA. Many African countries have lost market share in the US market through AGOA. Many African countries are not able to access the European Union markets. So we have to build a domestic market as the African continent, and it's here in Africa. Yeah. And the crisis that you are mentioning, actually from the very beginning of this journey, we have been, as Africans here, we have been subjected to externalities that have had a very adverse impact on intra-Africa trade because of our dependence on external markets. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, fragmenting supply chains, as we all know, and we were at the back of the queue for vaccines, germ-killing products, and other therapeutics. The Russia-Ukraine context, which also caused inflationary pressures on many, many African countries and pushing millions of people back into poverty because of the over-reliance on the imports of grains from Russia, Ukraine. Now the war in Iran. Similarly, inflationary pressures. So for us to be able to navigate any crisis or future crisis, we've got to build a domestic market. And by domestic market, I mean the 50 countries that have ratified the agreement establishing the AfCFTA.
Yes, and I think you've outlined all the external factors that you've had no control over that have really had an adverse impact. But in terms of what you can control, where are the bottlenecks? And domestically, is it visa-free access? Is it the cost of airline travel, for example, or air routes or freight routes and the administrative burden of freight crossing borders? Where do you see the domestic bottlenecks that can be unlocked quickly with willing?
No, and that is really a critical challenge, is overcoming the constraints. You've mentioned some of them. The cost of trade finance continues to be very high. So small, medium enterprises cannot afford trade finance that would enable them to scale and to expand and reach new markets out of ECOWAS into the East African community, for example. So we have to work with our development finance institutions to see what mitigation steps can be taken so that our commercial banks can enable affordable onward lending. The second constraint is infrastructure, transport, logistics. The infrastructure, transport, and logistics continues to be very, very high. Intra-Africa travel is very, very expensive relative to other parts of the world. And so we have to work within the African Union and with individual governments to find ways of reducing the cost of travel. And by the way, the cost is attributable mainly to each country wanting to impose taxes on the cost per seat. So it's a government policy issue that we have to address. Even the movement of cargo is very, very difficult. From Lagos to Abidjan is 1,080 kilometers, but it can take goods up to 17 days to reach Abidjan, a distance of 1,080 kilometers with 37 checkpoints along the way. So we've got constraints that we can deal with relatively quickly. Then you mentioned a free movement of persons. This is a very, very important area because if business people and the business people in the room here are not able to move relatively easy around the continent for the purposes of business, then we will be constraining intra-Africa trade. We know the experience of the European Union when the European Union relaxed movement of persons. I'm not even talking about movement of labor. I'm just talking about temporary movement of persons for business meetings. We saw the exponential growth in intra-EU trade. So we have to accelerate intra-Africa movement of persons. And in this regard, Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, recently Togo, Rwanda, Kenya are some of the countries, and Congo-Brazzaville are some of the countries that have announced visa-free for all Africans on arrival. And that's exactly the direction that we have to move in and accelerate movement of persons. And let me, whilst we are talking about movement of persons, let me also address something which is very, very important. And that is that when business people are moving, a business person is not looking to stay in country X indefinitely. They are looking to conduct business and then leave. So we are working with our leaders, our heads of states at the highest level to address this issue. We're also working with the private sector to address this issue, to make sure that as many countries as possible, at the very least, enable visa on arrival. So these are some of the constraints. The point you make is absolutely correct. They are all within our reach as a continent.
Yes, and I was recently in Togo, and I was there for business reasons, and when I arrived, they issued me with an investor passport, which, you know, was a fast track to all of the opportunities for business people visiting on a short-term basis. And I think, you know, that is something that is a very good model that can be followed. But I think prioritizing business access, as you say, is a very good idea as well. But I want to turn now to two subjects, digitization and manufacturing. Now, obviously, there's a lot of discussion about you know, creating more manufacturing on the continent, because obviously that produces a much better trade environment, because you're adding value before things are moving offshore. How are you increasing the opportunity for manufacturing in the continent? And secondly, how is digitization helping? I mean, just to mention, one of the sponsors here this week is Aradex, and we work very closely with them. They are a 3D advanced manufacturing company. And I always say to them, you are the AFCFTA in action, because you can produce in 3 days spare parts for machinery that previously companies would have to fly parts from Germany or the US, and there would be downtime costs for a week or 2 weeks. So I think that is digitization and manufacturing combined. But those two things surely are transformative. I'd love to hear your views on that.
We are seeing increasingly our private sector taking advantage of Africa's digital economy. Sitting in Kenya, and you are a counterparty in Lagos. What has the United States dollar got to do with both of us trading? So we've got to enable payments in local currency. If you are in Nigeria, your counterparty is in Kenya, you trade in the naira, they receive the Kenyan shilling and vice versa. And we have achieved this. To an extent, we have achieved this working with my senior brother, Professor Orama, when he was president of the bank. We supported the establishment of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which enables a payments infrastructure in Africa that has all of the sovereignty elements that we would want to see. So as we speak today, you are able to make an intra-Africa trade transfer on the back of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System without using the dollar. Now, the second component of your question is equally interesting because manufacturing continues to be the backbone and the potential for Africa's transformative initiative. As I mentioned yesterday, I mean, this city is well endowed. The largest number of industrialists in Africa are here. And these are people who continue to power Africa's industrial transformation. So at a policy level, continentally, we have to make sure that they are able to move their goods from Lagos to Egypt or from Lagos to Malawi with the least hindrances, whether we're talking about custom systems, harmonization, or whether we are talking about trade facilitation measures. We have to make sure that Africa's manufacturers continue to have access to the entire continent. We also have to make sure that they have access to capital to continue to invest in Africa's industrial development. Africa 50, Africa Finance Corporation, AFDB, Afrexim Bank, these are some of the institutions that have the balance sheet and have it to deploy it for industrial development of our continent. So I think these two components combined, digitization of Africa's economy on the back of a rapidly industrializing continent, this is exactly the kind of acceleration that we want to see.
Yes, I think that's really encouraging to hear that. And I had a very interesting meeting this morning with PZ Cousins, one of the oldest manufacturing companies on the continent and deeply embedded here in Nigeria. And it's also about, maintaining that manufacturing backbone and making sure that the conditions are right for them to thrive, because it's also about job creation, which I think manufacturing provides. I'd just like to turn now to the wider Commonwealth. So you are very focused, of course, on unlocking the potential domestically of the continent and creating this fantastic free trade zone. So what would you say to other Commonwealth countries, India, the other big trading nations? What would you say to them about doing business with Africa?
Well, this is one of the SG's, Madam SG of the Commonwealth, one of her priorities since she took over has been to put more emphasis on trade and investment within the Commonwealth. Of course, it is historically a political forum, but she has done a really good job to position the Commonwealth to focus on trade and investment. And in the AFCFTA, there is an opportunity. The AFCFTA is a platform for the Commonwealth to pursue that objective. We have a rapidly changing global context where trade and investment partnerships, the traditional trade and investment partnerships are no longer there. The reliability aspect of those trade and investment partnerships is not there anymore. I think if you talk to the EU vis-a-vis the US and the trading relations and investment relations, the European Union is rapidly realizing that those partnerships don't count anymore. So similarly, we have to take account of what is happening around the world. Where are the opportunities within the Commonwealth context? Where are opportunities for investment? Where are opportunities for the digital economy? You mentioned India, a very competitive country in digitization. Whether we are talking about digitization of identities for the entire population, or indeed digitization of payments. So I think there are opportunities within the Commonwealth. We have to be very deliberate about identifying those opportunities first, so market access. Second, we have to be very deliberate about identifying the investment and the financing that will be required to unlock those opportunities. And so here on our continent, there's an abundance of opportunity for investors from other Commonwealth countries. Whether we are talking about the Pension Fund of Australia, looking to invest in green technology in Africa, to power our green trade and green industrialization, we have to take these very, very deliberate steps to unlock the trade and investment opportunities within the Commonwealth. We have the capability, we have the population, the combined GDP, whether we're talking about consumer spending or business spending, the capability is there. What we require now is a strategy to unlock these opportunities.
Yes, I agree. And I think it's also about sharing the knowledge, because I think I spend time in Australia, and that is a country that has been affected by the geopolitical shifts and is looking to diversify away from Asia as being its dominant market. And there is increasing interest in Africa, but they don't really know how to do business in Africa because they really haven't traded here before. It's the same with Canada. 80% of Canada's trade has come from the US, and suddenly they are required to look elsewhere. And Canadian businesses have been approaching us to say, we would like to do business with Africa, but we don't really know where to start. We don't know how to enter the market. And I think that's where you are in such a strong position, and all the work you're doing is going to bear fruit, because there is a great opportunity at this time. You know, where there is crisis, there is opportunity. And I think also making sure that these markets that are new to trading in Africa are aware of the opportunity, and to make sure that it's easy for them to do business and to enter the markets is really important as well.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, the conversations we are having with, mentioned some of the countries, private sector in Australia, in Canada, and so on, there is, of course, this perception of risk, and the risk premium, which we have to explain the reality of our continent, that the risk premium, the price of the risk is not relative to the real risk, and that it is determined in a way that doesn't take account of reality. But we have to confront that challenge. The second aspect of this is we have the advantage of, if we want to de-risk investment or de-risk market access into Africa by an Australian pension fund or a Canadian private equity firm, we have our own development finance institutions that are willing to partner to de-risk, because they know the market very, very well. And they are already in the market. In fact, many of our development finance institutions, such as Afrexim Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, and so on. So these are opportunities within the Commonwealth for private sector within the Commonwealth to leverage on existing capital in Africa for further expansion and to further unlock opportunities.
Exactly. And as our chairman, Lord Marland, said yesterday, there's a 21% advantage of intra-Commonwealth trade because of the trust and the existing relationships and partnerships already that can be leveraged and elevated in order to create new opportunities and to expand. And I think that's what we're all very committed to doing. And just in closing, what does the future look like? If we project forward to 2050, What would you like to see?
Well, I think we are on track as a continent to double intra-Africa trade by 2050. We are on track to create a globally competitive economy that is collectively the African continent, provided we implement what we agreed to do, provided we agree to implement measures that will unlock private sector investment collectively as a continent, not individual countries. We invest in our infrastructure. We invest in transport and logistics. We invest in trade finance. I believe we are well poised to unlock the great potential that our continent has. And I have the honor to travel the length and breadth of our continent. And so I'm able to see the opportunities that we have. But it will take a great deal of effort for us to unlock these opportunities that are in abundance. And by 2050, we should no longer be talking about we have the potential. We should have unlocked the potential by 2050.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Excellency.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure.
Your Excellency, thank you. I'd like to invite on stage the governor, the deputy governor, the conference co-chairs, and the conference chair. Thank you very much. The co-chairs of the LOC, and Mr. Aiboje Aigemokwede, please join for a quick photograph. Thank you very much. That was indeed rich. Please give them another round of applause for that insightful, very rich conversation speaking on building global partnerships for growth. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. As they exit the stage, may I ask that we give them another round of applause. Thank you so much, Ms. Samantha Cohen, for moderating that conversation. And thank you, Your Excellency, Wamkele Mene, for the rich insights you have provided today as we now prepare for the next conversation, which I say the foundation has already been laid. So let's talk about the previous plenary. That plenary set a foundation asking us what we have been building. This next conversation is asking us another question. How do we build, and who will build with us? We already heard this over and again, and I'm stating that Africa cannot build alone. And it's not just because our capital is insufficient. It's because the weight of what this continent is attempting to build definitely demands global partnership and the full weight of global partnership. To help us interrogate that further, I have the honor of inviting on stage a communications professional who has spent over a decade and a half working in media and government relations and external communications. Please make welcome on stage Mr. Zaki Cooper. A round of applause for him. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will take another session before that plenary that I just introduced. But the interesting part is Mr. Zaki Cooper here will also be moderating that session. I'd like to invite on stage his guest as we prepare for a truly insightful conversation. Please make welcome on stage the British Deputy High Commissioner. Please celebrate Mr. Johnny Baxter as he joins Mr. Zaki Cooper on stage. Thank you very much. Also joining them is the chairman of the conference and the chairman of the Lagos International Financial Center. Please make welcome Mr. Iwoje Ike Imokwede, CFR. Thank you very much. Mr. Zaki Cooper, you have the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be with you again. Good afternoon. And conscious we have, great collection of people in the room. We've got entrepreneurs, business leaders, deal makers, the doers, the people who are going to make things happen. And I think really the key numbers for you to keep in mind are 3, 2, 1, okay? Because we're at Lagos 3.0, this is day 2, and the 1 is because there's only one reason we're all here to grow the Lagos economy and to make deals happen. And I'm delighted to be joined by our 2 eminent panelists this afternoon. And if I could go to you first, Mr. Agboje, you're the co-chair of Lagos International Financial Center, and indeed the chair of this summit. So first thing to say is thank you and well done on what you've achieved with this summit. Yeah, round of applause, absolutely. I guess the question I wanted to ask you is, the Lagos International Financial Center positions Lagos as a financial hub. What structural reforms are necessary to aid and support global investors?
Thank you. So congratulations, Lagos. And of course, the larger Commonwealth. It's truly a great thing when the public and private sector come together to create an ecosystem for investments, because that is the basis of growth, that is the basis of wealth creation, and that is the basis of prosperity. For me, as a Nigerian and an African, there are 3 things that I kind of look towards to make things happen. One is the capacity. Another, of course, is the commitment. And the third is what I would call serendipity or luck. And I look for these 3 things to be present when I engage or involve myself in anything. When I think about Lagos, Lagos has capacity. Lagos has commitment, certainly of the public sector and the private sector. And Lagos has a lot of serendipity and good luck going for it at this moment in time. And I'll tell you why. The governor of Lagos is a markets man. He's a financial markets professional. And a man who lives by the credo of my word is my bond. His deputy is an investment man, a man who has spent his life in the private sector and the public sector driving real investments, tangible and concrete investments, and making things happen. Their cabinet is full of technocrats, many of whom I know, accomplished and with proven track records of getting things done. And they are surrounded by a private sector reality that comprises, in Lagos, the best of Nigeria, the best of Africa, as some speakers have even said from this very stage. And so this conference, I think, showcases the potential of Lagos as an investment destination. And what we are trying to do with the LIFC is to create a system that assures you that when you invest, the things you need to convert your investment into good returns are very much present. Take note of something, though. The investor has to bring wisdom to the table beyond their money. Lagos State is fertile ground, but you, the investor, has to determine what seeds you want to plant. You, the investor, have to have the ability to nurture within this great fertile ground what it is you seek to generate a return from. So we also will be ensuring that the investors into Lagos are the investors that Lagos and Nigeria needs. I'll talk a bit more about that subsequently. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And just like you're the co-chair of the Financial Centre, this is a sort of summit with a global outlook, if I can put it like that. Just give us an idea of how the Financial Centre is doing on a sort of pan-African but also a global scale.
So, well, first of all, many people have asked the question, why Lagos? Okay?
Right.
And if you think about the fact that Lagos accounts for 1/3 of the economic output of one of Africa's largest economies, okay? Lagos has, I think, second to South Africa, Johannesburg, and Cape Town, probably the next most sophisticated financial markets you have in Africa, okay? And then, of course, I've spoken about the talent. So there is an immediacy. Lagos is ready. Lagos is not being prepared. Lagos is ready for international investment. I would argue that Lagos has been ready for 10 years. What the LIFC does is that it kind of puts the crown on Lagos. It makes it clear that we're open for business and we tick all the boxes that international investors, want. Now, if we want to go into numbers, we can, but perhaps I should let Johnny speak first.
Okay. Well, I have one more question for you before we come to Johnny, which is that, in terms of international investors, they have a choice as to where they deploy their capital. So what is the risk appetite of international investors for Lagos, Nigeria, and has that changed over the last 5-10 years?
What I can tell you, though, is, first of all, I don't like to look at investing from a 5 or 10 year window. I mean, I'm a very long-term investor. But even if you want to look at the investing landscape from a midterm and to 10-year picture, many African investment destinations provide cyclical returns. And it's cyclical because of certain structural problems structural realities within most African economies. One of which is, for instance, the fact that we're very much commodity market determined, in the sense that we have commodities that we produce, but we do not, develop or value add those commodities. So we are very susceptible to commodity super cycles. So if oil prices are up, good. If cocoa prices are up, good. But if cocoa prices are down, it's a problem. But Nestle doesn't care whether cocoa prices are up or down because of what they do with the cocoa and turn it into chocolate. And, chocolate prices don't move with the price of cocoa. So we have to, do a lot of value add, to ensure that we are not susceptible to commodity price distortions. The other thing, of course, is that we spoke about the risk premium. There is for debt, 4 to 10% added premium over US Treasuries that African borrowers have to pay. Okay? So when interest rates go up, when you complain about that from an international context, the Nigerian or African borrower is paying anything from 4 to 10% on top of that. And then the equity risk premium is also, in certain instances, almost as high as 20%. But the interesting thing is that we still deliver a competitive return in spite of this. So I'm coming somewhere. So, I'll tell you something interesting. When you look at Nigeria between 2014 and 2023, okay? And the headlines were very much about how much of a difficult environment it was. High interest rates, remember, okay? Relatively low oil prices, et cetera, we had to go through global recessions, 2 recessions in Nigeria and so on during that period. Now, a number of investors exited the market. And when you exit, somebody else buys. Let me tell you what is very interesting. Everybody who bought from the exiting investors between 2022 and 2025 have made in dollar terms since that exit at the low side, okay, 50%. At the high side in dollar terms, 200%. If there is, and you can check it out. I don't just want to mention the names so that the exiting investors don't feel too bad. But, but that is how phenomenal returns in Nigeria have been since 2023.
Yes. Well, we would all settle for between 50 and 200% returns. So yeah, thank you. Johnny, if I can come to you. This year is 10 years since the UK voted for Brexit to leave the EU. I'm from the UK as well, so I remember those times very well. How has the Brexit vote changed the UK's attitude towards trade and investment deals, partnerships with the rest of the world?
Well, I mean, let's start from a Nigeria focus, maybe. I think the UK has always been interested in getting more engaged in vibrant economies like these. And obviously the Brexit has allowed us to shift a level of attention. But to be fair, I mean, on the grounds that Ike has just talked about, Nigeria is always the kind of economy where we would be giving a large amount of attention. I think the other thing to think through, I'm speaking here as a public sector person, a set of institutional relationships. So many of the fundamental Nigerian institutions look very similar to their British counterparts. And we have, over time, for example, supported a relationship between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bank of England. We've also supported relationships between the tax authorities in both countries, and that continues across the board. Most recently, I had a visit from the British hydrographer, and of course, he's the person who does all the maps and allows all that shipping to come into Lagos and indeed Nigeria's ports. Nigeria also has a hydrographer. So building those relationships are really fundamental because they're about skills and they're about producing services which the two of us can produce by working together.
And you mentioned the Nigerian diaspora in the UK, which makes a contribution across all areas, the economy, public life, civil society. As an Arsenal supporter, I know they make a huge contribution to Arsenal's team, with 2 of our star players coming from Nigerian heritage. So that's great, Johnny. Thank you. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're probably out of time. Was there anything else either of you wanted to add at this stage before we move to the next panel? Ike, would you like to add anything? Some closing remarks, perhaps.
I was going to say something about Arsenal, but I'll hold that for now. But I will say something about Lagos, because it's a much better team. Nigeria is a great nation, and there is no greater vote when you are deemed to be the face and the gateway to a great nation. Lagos represents the best of Nigeria, the best of Africa, and Lagos is open for business. I believe, as I have hinted, that over the next 5 to 10 years, Lagos and Nigeria represent an exciting, but probably even more importantly, rewarding investment destination. If you want to make good money sustainably over the next 10 years, if Lagos and Nigeria is not in your portfolio, I think you have to make a different portfolio choice. Invest Lagos. We're ready for business. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Those are really strong and powerful words. Johnny, did you want to add in?
Well, I was always also very tempted to say something about Arsenal, and I was wondering whether there were any French Parisians in the room. But yeah, okay, fine. Let's not go down that line. I agree with everything that Ike has said. I think the thing to underline is the importance of institutions, and I think the thing to note is the growth and the strengthening of institutions in Nigeria over time. We heard from NSIA just before. That organization was founded approximately 10, 15 years ago. It's now a fundamental part of the infrastructure here. We are going to see the Lagos International Financial Center founded, growing. All of those institutions matter because they give the fundamental confidence for people from everywhere in the world to come and invest and to take the opportunities that Ike has talked about. I suppose the one final comment to make, and this is speaking as a government person in a sense to other government people, the critical other element of this is the ability to turn that growth into something that matters for the population so that benefit is seen everywhere. It's absolutely right that there is individual growth and there are companies that grow. I think the big challenge, and again, we see progress towards this, but obviously we all know there needs to be more, is for that growth to lead to jobs across the whole country, and for that to see the benefits spread everywhere, because ultimately that will deliver more growth over time as well.
Fantastic. We heard yesterday that Lagos is an argument. I think we've just heard two very powerful arguments for Lagos and the investment opportunity. I'd like to thank my panelists, Ige and Johnny, so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zaki Cooper. In the same fashion, I'd like to invite Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, and the co-chairs of the LOC to please join for picture. But thank you so much, Zaki, for that conversation. And thank you to our guests, Mr. Johnny Baxter and Mr. Aibuji Aigimokwede. Mr. Johnny Baxter has been very instrumental in driving global partnerships for us, particularly from the United Kingdom, where he represents. Thank you so much for driving that trade partnership between the UK and Nigeria. And of course, Mr. Aibuji Aigimokwede, you can tell he's an ambassador, he's a patriot. That was exceptional. Thank you so much. Interesting conversation, laid the foundation again, even further for the next conversation we are about to have. Mr. Zaki Cooper, you remain on stage because you're moderating the next panel conversation. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Johnny Baxter and Mr. Aibuji Aigimokwede. There is a QR code that will be displayed on the screen right now, and it's for those who are interested in the site visitations tomorrow. We have a couple of site visitations. Yes, so please scan for you to register and be a part of the visitation. We will be visiting the Dangote Refinery, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, and a couple of other places. And it'll be very nice if you come along. So please scan the QR code. This is a full site visit form. If you are interested in participating and going alongside other delegates, this QR code will be on the screen for about 10 more seconds before I yield the floor and the stage to our moderator to take the next panel conversation and invite our panelists. The QR code is still on if you're interested. The site visitation happens tomorrow. This is the official QR code to register because you have to register to be a part of it. Okay. All right. Perfect. I will yield the floor now to our moderator who will take the conversation on from here. Over to you, Mr. Zaki Cooper.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're just going to start the next panel, so if you could kindly take your seats. We're going to talk about global partnerships for growth. I'm going to invite on stage, we have a fabulous panel of 4, and I'm going to invite the panelists on stage, so please welcome them up as I announce them. First up, we have Madame Elsie Atafua from UNDP. She's the resident representative here for UNDP, so if she could come up. Welcome. And next we have Massimo De Luca, the head of cooperation for the EU delegation to Nigeria. Massimo, welcome. Next, we have Donna McGowan, a country director for the British Council, Nigeria. We have Donna. Here she comes. No. Okay, hopefully we'll find Donna in a moment. And we have Alexandra Loro from the Agence Française de Développement, Nigeria, AFD. Do we have Alexandra? Great, Alexandra. Great. So here we are. Hopefully we'll locate Donna. If you're in the room, Donna, do come up and join us. No. A colleague from Microsoft, the Chief AI Officer. Apologies, if you could come up and join us. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yes. Ola Tomiwa, great to have you with us, Ola Tomiwa Williams. Brilliant. So just to introduce this topic, it's a global partnerships for growth. This is about, strategic engagement between Africonomies and partners. And we've heard about the African Continental Free Trade Area in the conversation between Samantha Cohn and the Secretary General, His Excellency Wamkeli Mene. And really, we want to talk about how Lagos fits into this picture. Lagos is seen as a hub and a gateway into Africa, as we know. But we also want to talk about the fact that these economic relationships are not just about trade alone. They're about infrastructure investment, tech transfer, skills development, sustainable finance, et cetera, et cetera. And we know that we're in a very complicated world and a complicated investment landscape. So I'm going to ask each of my panelists a couple of questions to really open up the discussion. So first up, Madam Elsie, a warm welcome again. You head up the UNDP's office here. Just explain a little bit more about what the work you do and it does here, please.
Well, good afternoon, Zaki. And first of all, let me thank the government of Lagos for inviting the United Nations Development Program and by extension, the United Nations family to be part of this conversation. And let me say, Excellency Deputy Governor, I also came fully adorned in my Lagos attire. And so my dress is from Lagos, my bag is from Lagos, my accessories are from other parts of Nigeria and Africa. So it's truly Lagos being the business gateway and of course representing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So what does UNDP do? And just perhaps in the interest of time, as the largest development agency in the United Nations family, ours is to support the government of Nigeria and other countries to move their development agenda forward. In the last few years, we've also seen that partnerships with development agencies like ours have shifted. It's no longer about aid. It's no longer about, projects or small projects. It's really about transformation, structural transformation, building resilience, and ensuring that we can advance the development of our great country, Nigeria, forward. There are a couple of things that we are doing, and I think yesterday's conversation is a good segue where our governor said that, states are where development would happen. And so what we are doing is to try to support states through what we call the Integrated Smart States Program to really ground our work. Now, what does it practically mean? There are a few things that we are doing that I wanted to share, tied with the conversation today. One of the streams that we are working on is in the area of trade, investment, and financing. Like we heard earlier, Africa has 1.4 billion people. It is not only the largest legal agreement, but the largest industrial platform in the world. and therefore we are supporting small and medium-scale enterprises to be able to access the market with skills, capacity, and others. We are ensuring that we can connect states. So if you have leather in Kano, for example, and you have entrepreneurs in Aba, how do you connect them to Lagos, which will be the place where you can brand and you can export? So the AFCFTA remains one of the ones on our heart. We also have an initiative focusing on women called Hair AFCFTA. Women are a core part of the implementation of the agreement, and therefore supporting medium and small-scale enterprise, women enterprises, connecting them with markets and ensuring that they can be able to engage strategically. And recently we had a group of them also in Togo when we had the Biashara Africa. Beyond the area of small and medium-scale enterprises, also in the area of economic diplomacy, it's going to be very important to move beyond the political lens. So we are working also with our foreign ministries to ensure the ambassadors across board understand what we are talking about trade and to ensure that their KPIs also reflect that. And perhaps finally, in the area of trade, investment, and finance, we are also looking at investment at scale and working with the Nigeria's Governors Forum. We have put together the Nigeria Investopedia. So all the investors here, you're free to go look into that and see how best you can invest in that. On the financing side, the cost of borrowing for Africa is very, very high, and therefore credit ratings remain at the heart of what we do. Sometimes African countries like Nigeria are borrowing higher than other countries, and therefore ensuring that we can reduce the risk perception and ensuring that Nigeria has what it takes to bring down or to improve their credit rating. I think the Minister of Finance talked about. Two quick things, Zaki, in the interest of time. One is on the energy sector. I mean, energy is such a great integrator of development. We cannot talk about industrialization without talking about the energy factor. Many African countries don't have access to power. And therefore, in Nigeria, with the new Electricity Act that allows states to produce and to disseminate their own power, we are ensuring that we can provide strategic technical support, but also policy support. And a number of the things that you heard yesterday with Governor Oti and others, we have been in the middle of that. A lot of energy audits are being supported by UNDP across board. These energy audits reveal the potential for investment, and therefore the energy sector is one big area that we are looking into. Then thirdly, very quickly, is in the area of innovation, digitalization, and the knowledge economy. His Excellency, the Vice President, always says that Nigeria's greatest asset is not its minerals, but also the knowledge economy. And we believe that talking about Africa continental trade or export is not only about goods, but also services. And we must invest in startups and young people. Here in Nigeria today, with the partnership with the federal government and the private sector, we are ensuring that universities become a platform for innovation. We are setting up what we are calling university ports across 72 universities across, but spaces where young people can go to take their ideas into prototypes. They can take their prototypes into businesses. They can take their businesses into industries. And here in Lagos, we launched the artificial intelligence Uniport not too long ago. His Excellency, the Governor, and the Vice President launched that. And that is very powerful. And therefore, by doing that, we are creating opportunities for startups. A number of them were spoken about yesterday, Flutterwave, MoneyPoint. It must start from somewhere. So the universities, the communities, even the public sector is an area where we are working with the civil service to ensure that the public sector, the civil service will be able to take that conversation forward. And maybe finally, so that I don't monopolize the conversation, is that we are investing a lot on territorial and regional development. It is not enough to talk about markets in countries. It is not enough to talk about states that are producing. We must connect. And therefore, we have a strong focus now on regional development with the government of Nigeria now decentralizing and empowering more of the states. We are trying to work with the regional economic communities, whether it's the Southeast Development, Southwest, Northeast, and ensuring that we have regional master plans. We have regional initiatives that connect many states together. So think about it, Zaki, where if you have cotton produced, for example, in Zamfara and Katsina, you bring it to Kano and Kaduna for processing, and you bring it to Lagos for finishing, branding, and exporting. That becomes a powerful story of connection among the states. So these are some of the things that we are doing, and of course, as the agency that is mandated within the UN system to help accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals, we also work to ensure that we are providing the data that helps to support decision-making across board through our Human Development Report and others. We are helping with financing strategies across board. We are helping with, ensuring that we can support different constituencies move the development agenda forward. And we're very happy to be invited into the conversation today. Thank you.
Great. Madam Elsie, thank you for that very passionate and comprehensive description of all the different work you do, a huge amount. Massimo, moving on to you, tell us a little bit about the relationship between the EU and Nigeria and the EU and Lagos, please.
Okay, it's coming up again. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations to Lagos, the authorities, the private sector for pulling out really such a wonderful event yesterday and today. As a European Union, we've been cooperating and partnering with Nigeria and with Lagos for a few decades. And I think it's been an interesting trajectory, which is taking us now to the point where we are really focusing on what we call the Global Gateway. Global Gateway reflects the willingness of the European Union and Africa counterparts to focus on investments that are transformative for Africa and in Nigeria, and Lagos in particular is at the center of this strategy. I'm glad to be here with my colleague Alexandre from AFD. He will tell you even more about what we are doing in relation to water transportation, what we call the Omi Eko project. That's a very good example of what the new strategy is about. It's about transforming passengers, citizens' experience every day with public transport. We heard today that development should be measured by the participation of wealthy people in public transport. And we hope that Omi Eko will really contribute to that transformation massively, both facilitating the general public, but really creating viable alternative to those who have to move across the city of Lagos. That project also links to a wider investment blueprint that we are pursuing along what we call the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. So the Lagos-Abidjan corridor is a concept that the region has been pursuing for many years already, I must say. The main feasibility studies have been supported by the European Union, and it comprises really massive infrastructure and associated investment along the axis, I mean the Lagos-Abidjan axis. From, of course, the transport infrastructure, but also all the linkages to productive activities along that corridor. So this is finally really coming to fruition. It's not only Omi Eko in Lagos, but a number of other interventions along the corridor that should really reduce those famous 17 hours that we heard of earlier on, mentioned as the time of transport from Lagos to Abidjan, to a much more reasonable amount of time. And of course, we also partner on the difficult side of the equation, which is often not so much the infrastructure, but it's really the regulatory alignment through our partnership with ECOWAS. So besides transport, we are working, including in Lagos, on energy, digital health, and agriculture. You would wonder, but which agriculture? First of all, Lagos is an agricultural state, partly, but where we are really focusing now is on dairy and cocoa. So dairy and cocoa are very complex and very long value chains, but they all end up in Lagos somehow. So we are partnering with the EU companies Arla, Danone, and Friesland Campina for the development of the dairy value chain, but precisely to develop the dairy packaging production across the country and in Lagos. And the cocoa, again, we heard a lot already this morning on cocoa, and that's an effort that is also mandated by the deforestation regulation in the European Union. But we believe that it will really transform the industry, an industry which has been for too long fragmented and really riddled with any sort of shortage. And I think that the traceability that is mandated by the deforestation regulation and the input that the industry is putting into that, into the upgrade of the industry, of the sector, will deliver. We will discuss, by the way, all these issues more in depth at the EU-Nigeria Business Forum, which will also take in place in Lagos on the 25th of June.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Moving on to Alexandra from AFD. For those of you in the room who don't know, it's the French public bank for development owned by the French government. Alexandra, could you tell us, please, about the relationship between AFD and Lagos, Nigeria, and Nigeria too?
Thank you, Zeki. First and foremost, I'm really, really sorry. I'm really sorry because in the room you might find the only French and Parisian in the room. As per the joke, you can understand I'm not a diplomat, but still I will have the privilege to speak on the behalf of a really good friend of Nigeria, which is France, obviously. Good friends which has dedicated a toolbox for the sustainable development of Lagos states, and it's been the case since 10 years now. It's a toolbox where you have financing, mostly concessional loans, expertise from French companies, French public bodies, technical assistance, but from EU sources as well as the capacity of mobilizing, coalition of willingness, etc., in order to build and make audacious projects possible. Everything is based on the mutual benefits we have identified together and the strategic policies edicted by Lagos states is the case, notably the T of the Thames policy framework. So I'm here to discuss how it's possible for a global partner such as France to basically support Lagos states to implement its strategy. It's in action, what does it mean? Let's say three elements to keep in mind. Let's start with the figures, because I'm not a diplomat, but I'm a development banker. Through the recipes I'll give you after, AFD in France has been able to commit to Lagos states 500 million euros for the transport sector in Nigeria, and especially in Lagos states, and I'm really proud of it. Part of the project we want to showcase is really the first BRT in Nigeria, here in Lagos, already implemented. Many strategic studies interchange with Lamata when it comes to land transportation. And obviously the well-known Omi Eko mentioned by my friend Massimo here. It's definitely a flagship, ticking all the boxes from socio-economical to climate sustainability boxes. It's really a one-of-a-kind project. We actually don't have another one in the world. And the good thing is, thanks to this willingness, the sheer willingness we have, and the recipe coming, we are actually in the implementation of such projects. Meaning, we got, which are for me the four pillars for the capacity of Lagos State to actually attract foreign money, foreign investment into Lagos State. And the first one is a clear political vision and policies. The second one for me is actually the actual capacity to deliver and implement, and we are a witness of it. And the last one is the consistency and the sustainability, both from a climate and an economical perspective, to have it in your core. And the last one is the only one which has not been mentioned, maybe, is really the ability to have a frank dialogue between people. So, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, it's between my team and your teams, actually, that I would like to praise. So, I would like to praise Lagos State for his vision and declination in terms of politics, but also the team that you oversee, obviously. So yeah, to me that basically in a nutshell what a development bank from a friend country can do for the development of Lagos State.
Okay, thank you. That's really, really helpful, illuminating, and impressive what you've described. So now Ola Tomiwa Williams, she's the Chief Growth and AI Officer for MEA, Middle East Africa, for Microsoft. So your company is ubiquitous. I dare say there's probably no one in the room who doesn't use a Microsoft product in some way, shape or form. So how does Lagos and Nigeria fit into your work at Microsoft?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. Not just because I work for Microsoft, but the opportunity and the platform that Lagos State has provided over the years. First, I would like to say that Lagos State has been very deliberate around this program. Doing this for 3 consecutive years, it's the level of deliberateness that we've seen as Microsoft and other organizations like us to see the potential to partner. But I'm not only excited about the consistency of doing this for 3 years, but the ingenuity of thinking of invest in Lagos within the context of Africa continental free trade area. So Lagos is not looking at prosperity in isolation, but prosperity across Africa, and how can we come together as a continent to make things work for us. So if I look at this, what you have said in terms of how Microsoft and other global organizations is looking at, prosperity of Africa, I think, in my own opinion, we've spoken about potential for a very long time. Now, Africa have come to a position of capabilities. And I believe that the AFCFTA provides that platform for us. So we're not looking at 52 or 54 isolated markets. Investors are now saying one platform, one market that they can scale easily. But of course, market alone does not provide prosperity. We need to ensure that we have strong skill, we have strong infrastructure, and there is a strong also policies and programs to ensure that investors thrive. Because when we look at what investors do want, sometimes we believe investors are risk averse. I think differently. I think investors knows how to manage risk. But what they are also looking for is certainty. They want to ensure that if I invest 10 years, 20 years down the line, there is certainty. So, and Lagos is actually providing that platform. For me, Microsoft has been here for 26 years plus, and we are lucky to have both governor and deputy governor that are super interested and invested in development of Lagos, and also very, very intentional around how they rally the technology ecosystem to expand, our capabilities for our people. For example, when we moved into our new office about 3 years ago, the governor was there to do the opening, right? And I've been privileged to sit in a room with the deputy governor in Dubai in our office, where we look at technology and how technology can enable Lagos. For a very busy personality like him to sit into a room for hours on end, listening to how can we shape Lagos with technology, That is a huge platform, is a huge opportunity, and we need to really celebrate that. And, you know, we've spoken so well, and a lot of panelists have discussed how, you know, great the potential of Lagos is. And we can say that over and over again. However, I also want us to think differently. How can we unleash this potential? Let's think about the fact that today AI is transforming every industry. And how can Lagos take advantage of that in the event of partnership with the AFCFTA to ensure that we're not just consumers of technology? Africa can actually be innovators' engine for the world. And I think we have what it takes. Let's look at Lagos. You know, Lagos provides platform for entrepreneurs to thrive. We have a thriving technology hubs and ecosystem. We have the youth population across Africa. We have the stable financial institution in Nigeria. How can we put all of this together to ensure that Lagos is not just a city? Lagos becomes a platform on which Africa can actually, you know, skyrocket its innovation. That is the way I think about Lagos, and that is what I think Lagos should become. I'm thinking of Lagos as the operating system for Africa, where ideas are not just born. Ideas are born, talents are able to thrive, and investors find opportunities for their money in a sustainable manner. So this kind of conversation that we're having today provides us that opportunity. But now we need to take it a level further. There is a committee that arranged this, this investment session. That committee should actually take up the opportunity to say, let's wait a bit. How can we take Lagos to be the technology hub for Africa, churning out a lot of, innovative products? I would like to see Lagos State actually creating an AI corridor, bringing together academia, private sector, government, multinational organizations like Microsoft and the rest of us, and diplomats, as we see on the table today, to sit on a round table, not just only to talk, but to create things that people can feel. Because when we talk about diplomacy or signing of MOU or, having conversations like this, people don't really celebrate them as such. What people celebrate is the amount of, jobs that we create, the amount of life that is transformed, and the amount of economic growth that such opportunity gives to us. So it's really important that we really build on this platform that Lagos State had graciously provided. If Singapore can be the hub for Asia and California is transformed because of Silicon Valley, of course, Africa can be transformed because Lagos choose to lead, and I believe we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Olatomiwa, very, very upbeat and visionary words. I love your idea of Lagos as the operating system for Africa. We're actually running slightly behind time, so I'm going to ask one last question to all the panel, and I'll ask you to be quite brief in your remarks. And I will reserve the right to intervene if it goes over about a minute. That's okay, because I think we need to move on in the schedule. And my question is as follows, and some of you already touched on it in your remarks, but we're now in 2026. Think ahead to 2050, 2060. What defines a successful long-term economic partnership with Lagos? So, Elsie, Madam Elsie, would you like to go first?
Well, I think the long-term partnership with Lagos means how Lagos is able to connect with the rest of the continent. I think we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area only from a market access point of view, but on trade point of view, but also from a production point of view. It's going to be very important. And I think, so think about it. Look at the automobile industry, for example. I mean, yesterday, I think the governors were talking about lithium and other things that are here. But we are not producing, we are net importer of vehicles. So think about Lagos. If, for example, we have the lithium in Nasarawa, we can produce batteries with that. We have in Anambra already, vehicles that are being produced by Innocent. And then we have a gateway via Lagos, where we have the logistics hub, we have the marketing, we have the branding, so Lagos is able to connect with the country, but also to connect with the rest of the continent. So I think the Honorable, the Excellency, the Governor did yesterday by having 6 governors here pitched together. I think that is the future of connection, the future of working together so that Lagos is not working in isolation. So I think for me, success means working together, success means building together, success means leveraging together, and I think that is what Lagos brings to the table. And then perhaps one final thing in the area of technology becomes important. Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Massimo, if we can move to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there are 2 dimensions that I would like to single out. First of all, the economic participation, meaning that we are at 2026, we are about to release a survey on EU companies in Nigeria. Most of them, 95%, are based in Lagos. I think these are important indicators. I mean, I think that there is a huge space for many more European companies to be established in Nigeria and mostly in Lagos. And this is certainly something we would look at as a success story. I mean, to double, to triple the amount of companies, EU companies based here, and all the various partnership arrangements that can be established between EU companies and Nigerian companies. The second level is the skills and the human development dimension. We work very hard on that. Yesterday we were in Continental Hotel with the Deputy Governor. It's not only TVET, we work very closely with Elsie on the Jubilee Fellowship. We are working towards a migration agreement with Nigeria. And we work massively on digital skills with Minister Tijani, skills for health.
Thank you. Massimo, sorry, if I could just ask you to finish up. Great, thank you. Alexandra?
Alexandre, really short. For me, on our side, for an organization which implements infrastructure projects, everything is about human connections that enable a shared and a common understanding. That the sine qua non condition to build a common architecture.
Great, okay, thank you. And Ola Tomiwa.
Thank you. For me, I see 10 years where this partnership that Lagos State is leading across Africa, that we will look back as a people and say that we've been able to build something tangible, touchable, that we would not have been able to do individually on our own. Thank you.
Well, look, thank you for being so brief. I mean, just to wrap, I think we've had a treat, ladies and gentlemen. We've had 4 key players in the ecosystem here talking about global partnership for growth, from the UNDP, the EU, the AFD, and Microsoft, 4 absolutely indispensable players. And we all know we live in a VUCA world, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. It's quite a well-known acronym, but I think together, through the good work of all these organizations and companies and others in the room, we can sort of navigate this complex world together to form PPPs, public-private partnerships, to sort of grow the Lagos economy. So with thanks to all my panelists again, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you to Zaki Cooper for not 1 but 2 great panels there. Give him a round of applause. I think we're taking a photo, the obligatory photo. I'm going to ask the Deputy Governor, please, to stand up one more time, and the co-chairs, of course. Come and join us. Ike, please, you have to join us. You've done a lot of hard work for this, to make this happen. As they're taking the photo, I'll tell you that you really should stick around, because we're going into the creatives and cultural and tourism segment yet. But before I do that, let me just recognize the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction for the Federal Government of Nigeria. Please give a warm round of applause. He's here right now. Dr. Bernard Dora is with us. I should also say that the deal rooms are hot. They are hot. They're very hot. And you should check them. The Asia Room, you'll see startups and social enterprises, Antarctica networking, Africa Room, Afrexim Bank, and the state governments are displaying deals there. Australia, Pac Capital, and energy companies. So make sure you go to the deal rooms and make sure that you go to the pavilion and see the exhibition before you go. Lastly, there are 20 electric vehicles. You heard them talk about electric vehicles. There are 20 electric vehicles outside. So make sure before you go, you experience them as well. I believe there's also a QR code for health declaration QR code, which if my colleagues at the back can hear me, maybe you can bring that up, which I would advise you to whip out your phones and take a picture of that QR code and fill out the health declaration form. There it is, okay. I believe that's it. So if you please do that, that would be much appreciated. It's important. You heard the Honorable Commissioner for Health talking about how Lagos is very serious about containing any contagious diseases. You also have to do your part as well. Now, on to possibly one of my favorite segments of the 2 days, and that's talent, creativity, and culture. Now, Lagos has the scale, Lagos has the talent, and Lagos has the cultural reach. But the task now is how to structure that creative advantage into something durable, into something investable, and into something globally competitive. Our plenary session, which is made up of different segments, is called Talent, Creativity, and Culture in Lagos. To kick us off, I'm going to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, Arts, and Culture. Where is she? Aha, there she is. Please welcome to give us our opening remarks, Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed investors, members of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, captains of industry, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to be here at the Invest Lagos 3.0 platform that continues to reinforce Lagos State's position as Africa's foremost destination for investment, innovation, enterprise, and economic opportunities. While discussing around Lagos often focuses on its impressive economic indicators, I would like to draw attention today to one of the most exciting frontiers of growth within our economy: the tourism, hospitality, entertainment, arts, culture, and creative economic sectors. Across the world, these sectors have emerged as powerful economic drivers, generating employment, attracting foreign direct investments, pulling down the borders across continents, stimulating urban regeneration, and creating sustainable wealth. Lagos is strategically positioned to harness this potential at scale and transform it into measurable growth. Today, Lagos offers investors a portfolio of structured, bankable, and scalable opportunities designed for meaningful private sector participation and sustainable returns. In tourism infrastructure and destination development, Lagos is unlocking the immense potential of its coastline and waterfront corridors across Lekki, Badagry, Ekpe, and Ikorodu. These locations present exceptional opportunities for destination resorts, ecotourism facilities, beachfront hospitality assets, marine recreation hubs, cruise tourism, cultural hubs, and mixed tourism developments. The success of the recent public-private investments in the E1 electric boat race, the first of its kind in Africa, which turned and welcomed an influx of people into Lagos for a very exciting and unforgettable weekend. The Lagos Boat Regatta, the commissioning of various waterfront projects, including just this weekend, the Nautica Beach Resort, clearly demonstrates the commercial viability and the future potential of Lagos's coastal economy. Beyond waterfronts, we are actively pursuing public-private partnership models for revitalization and enhancement of heritage and cultural assets across the state. Sites such as the Freedom Park, the Black Heritage Museum, the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History, Johnson Jakonde Tinumbu Park, and our various intangible cultural assets and festivals, such as the Eyo Festival, the Fanti Carnival, and the Badagry Slave Route, are being positioned as globally competitive cultural destinations capable of attracting both domestic and international visitors while preserving our rich heritage as Lagos. In Badagry, Lagos State is making significant investments in heritage tourism through the redesign and restructuring of the historic Point of No Return, which is a recognized UNESCO site. This globally significant site is being transformed into a more immersive and attractive heritage destination that will enrich visitor experiences, increase tourist arrivals, stimulate local economic activity, and create sustainable revenue opportunities for the state. As part of this broader heritage tourism strategy, the state government is also undertaking the reconstruction of the tourist walkway at the Gberefo Island, one of the most symbolic locations in the history of the transatlantic slave trade. The upgraded walkway will improve accessibility, enhance the visitor experience, preserve the historical significance of the site, and strengthen Badagry's position as a major heritage tourism destination on the African continent. We are actually advancing for the development of the Tokpo Island as a premier tourism destination through improved infrastructure, enhanced accessibility, environmental sustainability, and carefully planned tourism development initiatives. Tokpo Island is positioned as a unique destination for leisure, ecotourism, cultural exploration, hospitality investment, and recreational activities. Together, these projects demonstrate our commitment to unlocking the immense tourism potential of Badagry and positioning it as one of Africa's most important heritage, cultural, and tourism corridors. Recognizing the accessibility remains a critical component of destination competitiveness. Lagos is also creating investment opportunities in tourism transportation systems, from water taxis and sightseeing ferries to tourist shuttle services and integrated last-mile connectivity solutions. We are building an ecosystem that enables visitors to experience Lagos seamlessly and efficiently. In the hospitality sector, Lagos continues to experience strong demand driven by business travel, conferences, entertainment, and leisure tourism. To support this growth, the state government is providing incentives for hotel development, including tax reliefs, streamlined approvals, and investments support mechanisms targeted at development of 3 to 5-star boutique hotels and hospitality services. At the same time, we recognize that infrastructure alone is not enough. Human capital remains central to delivering exceptional visitor experiences. Through initiatives such as the Renter Chef program and other hospitality-focused training partnerships, Lagos is investing in the development of a globally competitive workforce equipped with world-class culinary, hospitality, and customer service skills. We are equally supporting the growth and upgrade of small and medium-scale accommodation providers through access to funding opportunities, technical support, and capacity building programs aimed at achieving internationally recognized standards. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps nowhere is the Lagos opportunity more evident than within the entertainment and the creative economy. Lagos is widely recognized as the cultural heartbeat of Africa. Our film industry, our music industry, our fashion industry, our art industry, our festivals, our digital content industries continue to shape global trends, influence popular culture, and command international audiences. Building on this momentum, the Lagos State government is advancing transformational projects such as the Lagos Film City in Ekpe, creating opportunities for investment in film studios, sound stages, production facilities, post-production hubs, animation centers, and creative technology infrastructure. We're encouraging investment in modern event venues, convention centers, performance arenas, and experimental entertainment destinations capable of hosting international concerts, exhibitions, conferences, festivals, and sporting events. Furthermore, we are supporting the expansion of cinema networks and live entertainment venues across multiple districts of Lagos to ensure broader access, increased audience participation, and greater economic inclusion. Our commitment extends beyond infrastructure. We're strengthening intellectual property protection, supporting business formalization, and providing advisory services that help creatives transform from informal operators into globally competitive enterprises. Additionally, Lagos is creating international market access opportunities through trade missions, cultural exchanges, global festivals, and strategic distribution partnerships that connect Lagos-based creative businesses with consumers and investors across the world. The question, therefore, I ask you all, why invest in Lagos now? The answer is clear. First, Lagos offers one of the largest and most dynamic consumer markets in Africa, with over 20 million residents and direct access to a national market exceeding 200 million people. It is a young, ambitious, digitally connected population, increasingly driven by lifestyle, entertainment, tourism, and experience-based consumption. Secondly, tourism, hospitality, and the creative economy continue to demonstrate strong growth potential and attractive returns, supported by rising demand, expanding audiences, and increasing global interest in African culture, products, and experiences. Thirdly, Lagos State remains firmly committed to creating an enabling environment for investors through progressive policies, strategic infrastructure investments, enhanced security, regulatory reforms, and continuous improvements in the ease of doing business. Distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen, Lagos is not just simply offering land, licenses, incentives, or development opportunities. We're offering participation in the future of one of the world's most dynamic and exciting cities, a future where world-class hotels welcome visitors from every continent, a future where heritage destinations tell our stories to the world, a future where waterfront developments create vibrant tourism economies, a future where film studios produce globally celebrated content, a future where restaurants showcase the richness of the Nigerian cuisine, a future where creative enterprises generate jobs, attract investment, and drive innovation at scale. The talent is already here, the market is here, the opportunities are already here. The infrastructure is expanded, the policy support is in place. What is required now is partnership, vision, and investment. Lagos is ready, the tourism sector is ready, the creative economy is ready, and together we can build a future where Lagos stands proudly among the world's leading destinations for tourism, hospitality, arts, entertainment, and investment. This is Lagos. We are open for business, we're open for creativity, open for innovation, and open for partnership. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. A round of applause. Don't you think you have both the coolest and most enjoyable portfolio at Lagos State? Don't you think? Come on. Yes. Oh, let's take a picture, please. The minister, yeah, please, let's take a picture. So let's take a photo. Come back onto the stage, ladies. Take a quick family photo. Yeah, we can stand over here away from the podium. Okay, as they take that family photo, I'm excited, actually. I'm so excited because I think, you know, Lagos is so creative. And I believe that we're only scratching the surface of what we can do in this city we call Eko. Eko ni Baje, ko Baje T. Oreri. Okay. Okay, you didn't know I could do that, eh? We'll go about that now. Okay. It is a very exciting place to be, and it's a youthful population. The culture is a business. It's not just for fun. So what we're going to do next is really fun, but it's talking about business. What we're going to do is I'm going to invite 3 wise, creative superstars from here, exports as well, to come on and set the scene in a TED-like 5-minute talks. Do not leave the room because you will regret it. And then afterwards, I'm going to invite one of our exports, one of our great exports, as the Vice President said yesterday, Zain Asher, to get a deep dive into culture with a panel. So that's how it's going to work. First, I'm going to introduce you to someone who is one of our greatest exports, and I advise you to follow him on social media because you'll see an even deeper, broader view of this man beyond what you see in the films that you watch, the Hollywood films like Salem, where he played Martin Luther King, and so many other award-winning roles that he has catapulted him into superstardom, right? But he's the son of the soil. Niger man, don't be, he's a real Niger man, and he's going to come up now. So I want you to give him Lagos level welcome to the Hollywood actor, director, the one and only Mr. David Oyelowo.
Hi, everyone. It's really, really great to be here in Lagos. I was born in the UK, but I spent a lot of my youth in Surulere, which is where I grew up. I went to St. Saviour's Ebutemeta, is where I went to school, and then I was at secondary at Model College, Meron. So it is amazing to be back home. So I'm going to talk about the power of story. And so if we're going to talk about the power of story, I'm going to give you my definition of what a story is. What is a powerful story? It's an expertly arranged set of relatable circumstances that hopefully command your attention enough that the information being given resonates with you emotionally. That's what story does. So I'm going to tell you a story about the history of the name of 2 nations. In the 1400s, the UK was informally known as Great Britain. It was called that because there was a place called Brittany in France, and Brittany was called Little Britain, and so therefore the UK was called Great Britain. But it wasn't until James I came along, he started calling himself the King of Great Britain, and then this became formalized in the 1700s, 1707, when England and Scotland merged. That's when the United Kingdom officially became Great Britain. Now we come to Nigeria. How did Nigeria get its name? Well, a white lady from Great Britain decided to add, or I should say, join the words Niger, after the Niger River, and area. And that's how Nigeria became Nigeria, Niger area. We were named by a white lady named Fiona Shaw from Great Britain. Flora Shaw, I'm sorry, Fiona Shaw is an actress, Flora Shaw is her name. So the point being, it matters who is telling your story. Everything you know about the world, your country, and your family came to you through history books, oral history, a film, a documentary. My point is, in order for our story, our narrative, to be told through our perspective, we need to be in the driving seat of it. Great Britain, as a name for a country, is a great piece of marketing. When you think about what Great Britain went on to do, this country was a colony of Great Britain. I am telling you, that wouldn't have been possible without great marketing. Because we didn't know necessarily who or what Great Britain was, but the fact that it had that word in front of it meant it was something great. And so therefore something we wanted to be associated with. But it is a tiny little island compared to who and what we are, which is how and why Flora Shaw came to name this great nation. I'm going to give you an example through my own experience. It was mentioned that I did a film called Selma. When I first read that script in 2007, Dr. King, which is the character I ended up playing, was not the primary principal protagonist of that film. Lyndon Johnson was. And that's because the perspective through which that story was being told was a white man called Paul Webb who wrote that script, and he was writing the thing that he valued. He chose to focus on the president instead of the only American to have a holiday named after him in the 20th century. I came onto that film because I felt God called me to do that film. But in 2007, I had only just moved to Los Angeles for about 2 months, and I auditioned for the role, and the original director said, David Oyelowo is not Dr. King. That was the feedback, not great. But eventually, that film went through a process of 5 directors. It went from me being rejected by the original director to being the one to pick the director who ended up shooting it. Her name was Ava DuVernay. Thank you. Her name was Ava DuVernay. I had done a tiny film with her called Middle of Nowhere, and I believed I had been in the midst of a genius, and I fought really hard for her to be the one to direct the film. Now, by the time she came onto the film, it flipped. Dr. King was the protagonist, and there were roles for actresses the likes of Oprah Winfrey and Tessa Thompson and Lorraine Toussaint and Carmen Ejogo, Niecy Nash. None of those were in the film initially. My point being, it matters who is telling the story. Necessity is the mother of invention. That's why I became a producer and a director. That film taught me that if I wanted to get certain stories told whereby I, as a black man, I, as a black person, am central to the narrative because that's the life I lead, then I have to be part of the brain trust that is pushing that narrative forward. That is what Nollywood is. Nollywood is an industry that has been driven by the ingenuity of independent artists who are very under-resourced, underseen, and have very little infrastructure. But despite that, this is an industry that is the second biggest in the world by volume. 2,500 films a year. $6.4 billion of revenue a year. Hollywood makes $35 billion a year. With all of those resources, all of that infrastructure, all of that history, and yet we are punching way above our weight when it comes to what we are able to produce, but I'm telling you, we are punching way beneath our weight when it comes to who we are, the deep bench of talent we have, and what our potential is. So, why is storytelling more than just entertainment? Like I said, Great Britain is a great piece of marketing. California 150 years ago was nothing but orange groves. There was nothing there. And before you knew it, people recognized that the light that you have in California makes for great filmmaking because it lasts a long time, it has this hue to it. I live there, I love living there because of the weather. And so all these people gravitated towards that place to make movies. If you were to take California, if California were a country, I should say, it would have the 4th largest economy in the world. That is a state, not a country. That is a state within the United States. And I would argue it would be nowhere near that without the film industry. Why? Great marketing through storytelling. California became a place where stories were told, and so therefore that's where these stories were set, and it became a place to aspire to, a place that was able to create and build and grow its own narrative. Now, there is a warning, there is a cautionary tale around California in relation to Nigeria. California has become less of a place to make movies. It's become more of a place where the industry is based, but almost all production is now going elsewhere. And California is scrambling to get that production back. The time is up. I beg you, I haven't started. I'm trying to teach these people about storytelling. I'll wrap up soon. The point being that California is beginning to contract. Incentives are driving production elsewhere. So California is struggling. This is a moment in time of enormous opportunity for Nigeria and Africa. Because as that contracts, there is space elsewhere. Only 13% of the world's population is white. Only 13%. That means about 7% of the world's population is white and male. And yet every cultural decision that truly moves the globe is being made by those individuals. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. When there are 1.4 billion Africans on this planet, and we have such a deep bench of story and culture and music and food and literature. But what's about to happen to Nigeria, because we are under-resourced and we don't have enough infrastructure, is what is currently happening to California. This should be, it currently is, the biggest film industry in the world by volume. But what's about to happen in the next 10 to 15 years, because Ghana has an incentive, Mauritius has an incentive, South Africa has an incentive, Morocco has an incentive. We don't have any tax incentives to bring production here to Nigeria. And so we are in danger of missing it. We cannot afford to let that happen. A lot has been said today about what is being done, and great things are being done. But I'm here as a son of the soil to tell you that we cannot afford to let this moment pass us by. One more thing I'm going to say. The narrative globally when it comes to Nigeria is not commensurate with what the narrative is within Nigeria. The narrative is more negative than it should be. If we were in the driving seat of our stories, if our stories were truly global, that would change, and we would have a great Nigeria narrative. And that's what I'm here to build with you. That's what I hope you guys are here to invest in, and that is what we must do in this window that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please celebrate the legendary David Oyelowo. That applause is not befitting. Please celebrate him. That was indeed a powerful charge. And, okay, so we'll take a quick picture with the conference co-chairs, the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Lagos State, Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka, very quickly. Thank you very much. I like that he emphasized on the power of storytelling, because our next speaker is an exceptional storyteller, one that has told the Nigerian story across different continents, and we're truly proud of her. If you were here yesterday and you witnessed the opening cultural performance, can I see you wave? Did you love it? Did you like it or did you love it? Because I loved it totally. It was absolutely beautiful. We're truly honored today. All right, please, a round of applause for David Oyelowo as he exits the stage. Thank you for being a true and proud son of this soil. We're very proud of all that you're doing, and we wish you all the best. All right, talking about storytelling, our next speaker is a powerful storyteller, an award-winning filmmaker, a cultural entrepreneur, one of Africa's most influential voices in the creative sector, and the visionary founder of Terra Culture. Please give a resounding applause as I make welcome on stage Mrs. Bolanle Austin Peters. Sustain that applause if you enjoyed that powerful cultural performance that opened the conference yesterday. It was colorful, it was rich, it told the right story, and it was the perfect way to start the conference yesterday. Mrs. Bolanle Austin Peters is making her way to the stage, and we will listen to her very shortly. Please celebrate her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I present to you Mrs. Bolanle Austin Peters.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And for those who were here yesterday, you saw the performance, and I do hope you enjoyed it. That is the power of what we do. For many years, most people in Nigeria, especially those who could affect policy, saw what we do as CSR. They saw what we do today as something that they just need to, give you a little bit of a handout, and it's okay. But over the years, we've demonstrated with Terra Culture, BAP Productions, and Terra Academy for the Arts that what we do is soft power. What we do creates jobs, and what we do impacts on the reputation of Nigeria globally. I'll tell you, since I'm a storyteller, I'll tell you a story. The last time we did a fact check with Terra Culture, we found out that in the 23 years of existence, we've invested over $31 million in the creative space in Lagos. Guys, that deserves a round of applause. Come on now. There are very few institutions that can boast of that in this economy. And I'll tell you how we did it. We've had a center that has created jobs for thousands of Nigerians over the years. We have a center that trains young people through our academy in partnership with MasterCard Foundation and millions of dollars thrown into this space annually. We've been able to train 65,000 young Nigerians, 65,000 in Lagos State, Ogun State, and Kano State. In all these regions, we've built infrastructure. We have centers where young people learn how to rig lights, do sound, and do script writing, and so many other things. In addition to this, the Lagos State government invested in 5 theaters a couple of years ago That's also investment into the space. But most important is the fact that over the course of doing this, we've been telling our stories. And like the previous speaker mentioned to you, whoever tells your story owns the way people perceive you and your narrative. Our stories, through many movies that we've made on Netflix, on Amazon, travels. It travels the world. When we talk about soft power, I am sure that a lot of Nigerian artists and performers are more recognizable than those in government in Nigeria. In fact, when you travel abroad, the first thing people would ask you is, you're from Nigeria. I know this actor, I know this movie star, I know this musician, because that is the power of what we do. Our music, our art, our stories transcend borders that even politics does not have the power to do. And in the course of doing this, we brought in investment into Nigeria. Through the sale of our content, Netflix, Amazon, we've brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars into this economy. So we're not here to drain the economy. On the contrary, we have been bringing money into the space to enhance Nigeria. Furthermore, we talk about unemployment in Nigeria. Unemployment in Nigeria, in my opinion, the solution to unemployment in Nigeria lies with the creative space. If I tell you on a daily the number of young Nigerians from all over the world, from Ivy League universities, that are working for me at TerraCulture and that are on a waiting list to work at TerraCulture, that tells you that infrastructure is a challenge for us in this space. We don't have enough arts institutions. There are very few arts institutions that exist in Nigeria. We don't have enough galleries. We don't have enough museums. We don't have enough theaters. We don't have enough performance spaces. Now, imagine if we just had this much going on in Nigeria. You can imagine the amount of revenue we would attract and the amount of spend that will come into Nigeria. Even spaces like this, arenas, we have very few in Nigeria. And that tells you that this space has the capacity to generate a lot more than we're looking at. The amount of young Nigerians who want to get into this space is mind-boggling. They don't know how to get into it. They don't know how to sustain being in it. And what we have shown over the years is that it is possible for the arts to be an institution. Institution that employs over 80 people on a monthly basis, an institution that carries our stories across the borders, an institution where people, guests that are coming in from abroad, always have to visit. We still have so many more that we can put in place to attract more revenue into the space. And of course, we have the many festivals that are springing up in Nigeria today, from the Arts Festival to the Lagos International Theatre Festival to the film festivals, AFRIF, to so many festivals that attract hundreds of thousands of dollars. If only Nigeria would take a minute to understand the value that we bring to the economy. So to round up so that you don't come and tell me my time is up, I was in Cannes recently, and I did a survey of the revenue that the Cannes Film Festival generates annually for France. On an annual basis, Cannes alone brings in over $1 billion to the economy of France, because the art is the anchor. Every other industry that is built around the art, the film, they all benefit from the fact that some of us are creating content. So the restaurants benefit, the hotels benefit, the transportation system benefit. So many lives are impacted, and the entire nation comes to a standstill because of a film festival. Those are the things that we're yet to understand in Nigeria. The power of what we have in our hands. If somebody told you a couple of years ago that Nigerian music would become the phenomenon that it is today, you would say it's not possible. All that happened was Nigerians started listening to Nigerian music. A lot of Nigerians who told us before they would never watch a Nigerian movie are now watching Nigerian movies. A lot of Nigerians who told us they'll never carry Nigerian bags, like my sister over there, they're all carrying Nigerian bags. A lot of people that told us they will never wear Nigerian clothes are wearing Nigerian clothes today. A lot of people that told you that their children would not school in Nigeria are having their children school in Nigeria today. A lot of people that said, my children have to go abroad to learn how to make a film are all here in Nigeria today. So what are we saying? We are the change makers, and we are the ones that will make a change for this nation. So guys, if you're still not convinced, as they say in Nigerian debate, I hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you further. Thank you.
The great Bolanle Austin Peters. Don't go away, let's take a photograph. What she's done with Terra Culture is nothing less than amazing. So let's take a quick photo, please. Snappers, snap quickly, sharply, because we are up against it now. We're close, we're getting closer to the closing ceremony. Not yet, though, of Invest Lagos 3.0, but we still have much more for you, but we're racing to the closing. Okay, so as I ask my esteemed colleagues to exit the stage, I'll now call, you heard that rallying cry, that barnstorming rallying cry from Bolanle, and she talked about young creatives. So let's bring one up. Your third and final TED talker, I should call them more or less, is she's professionally known as Director Pink, a Nigerian film and music video director who's based here in Lagos. She's a creative executive, and one thing she's very passionate about is already passing on that knowledge. She's an educator as well. And she's quickly become one of the standout young visual storytellers in the Nigerian entertainment industry. So please give a round of applause to Praise Onyegwala.
Good afternoon, everyone. They told me there have not been a young person on this whole session, and here I am, the savior. My name is Praise Onyegwala. I'm popularly known as Director Pink. I am a filmmaker, a creative executive, and also the founder of Pink Line Academy, one of Africa's largest filmmaking training initiatives. I'm here today. Thank you so much. I'm here today not just as a filmmaker, but as someone who has seen firsthand how one creative opportunity can transform a young person's life, create jobs, and also build businesses. Now, when people talk about Africa's economic future, we often hear conversations about technology, finance, infrastructure, natural resources, and all that. I mean, these industries are very much important, yes, but I want to talk about another powerful driver of the economy, creativity. For a long time, creativity was seen as simply entertainment, but today, creativity is business. Creativity creates jobs, and creativity is one of Africa's greatest economic opportunities. I think that deserves a round of applause, please. Now, if we look at the music space alone, Afrobeat has been one of Nigeria's most successful exports. Artists like Burna Boy, Wizkid, Rema, Tems, they have taken Nigerian culture to the global stage and have changed the way everybody sees Africa. Now, but behind every successful artist is an entire ecosystem that people do not see. There are producers, there are managers, there are videographers, there are film directors like me, photographers, editors, dancers. It's like an entire ecosystem. One successful artist creates opportunities for over hundreds of people. Now, this same thing happens in film. As a film director, every production that I work on creates opportunities for actors, there are camera operators, editors, costume designers, and so many more. But when we talk about the creative industry, we're not just talking about entertainment. We're talking about employment. We're talking about entrepreneurship and economic growth. Now, I've had the privilege of visiting places like the Los Angeles, China, so many more. But there is one thing that stood out to me. They have invested in studios, technology, training, funding, and so many infrastructure. They literally have a stronger system that supports talents. And every time I visit places like that, I leave myself convinced of one thing. Africa does not have a talent problem. Come on. Africa has an access problem. The talent is already here. What many people, young people lack right now is access to training, as my mentor has said, Mrs. Bolanle, mentorship, equipment, networking, and opportunities. And that really inspired me to create Pinkline Academy. Now, we don't just teach filmmaking, but we help bridge the gap between talent and opportunity. And what we've seen so far has been very much remarkable. This year alone, we've attracted interest from over 20 African countries across Africa, including Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania. And that has been so remarkable. And this has proved something to me, that this is much more bigger than an academy. It is a proof that young Africans are hungry for opportunities. I was a 16-year-old girl who started filmmaking, and I was hungry. Now it is proof, and this is proof that creativity is no longer being seen as a hobby, but a viable career path and economic opportunity. Like I said before, the talent is already here. Passion is already here. The demand is already here. And what we need right now is investment, because the future of Africa's economy will not only be built by what is extracted from the ground, but it would be built by our stories, it would be built by music, film, culture, and innovation. And if we invest in that talent, we will not only shape Africa's economic culture, but we will shape the global culture at large. Thank you so much.
Let's hear some praise for praise. Okay, let's take a photo. So Praise, take a photo there, because we're going to go straight into a deep dive into talent, creativity, and culture. So this is a session, your final session of this forum, Lagos 3.0, Invest Lagos 3.0. And we're going to explore how talent, creativity, and culture industries are shaping Africa's economic future and global cultural influence.
We'll just retake Mrs. Bolanle or St. Peter's photo just with the backdrop. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. So, okay. So we're going to be talking in this, our final panel of the second day of this forum. We're going to be talking about music. We're going to talk about film, fashion, digital content, all these soft power assets, as they call them, that are generating revenues, astounding revenues. You heard David talk about just how powerful California is in terms of its size as a global economy. Well, that could be us if we do this right. If we have the structure, the infrastructure, we certainly have the willpower. That's what we're going to be talking about. And I'm going to invite back someone that the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said yesterday was one of our daughters of the soil and that we were so proud of. Please welcome back CNN's Zain Asher.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Mark, for that introduction. Just in thinking about creativity and what Lagos represents. We talk a lot about the importance of investment when it comes to real estate, finance, the markets here, but creativity is such an important lifeline to the economy of Lagos. When you think about the fact that creativity attracts talent, talent attracts business, business, of course, attracts investment. So since we don't have much time, I want to bring up our panel. I'm talking to 4 different creatives. I want to bring back David Oyelowo, the esteemed actor, and a good friend of mine, by the way. Louder, please. Round of applause for David. That was a great speech. Let's bring on Mrs. Chioma Ude, founder of the Africa Film Festival. Where is Chioma? Is she here? Yes, she's on her way. And then Miss Kanye Mashimbie, manager, creative, Afrexim Bank. And also Mrs. Kiki Hammond, co-founder and COO of Flytime Africa. Hi. Is Kiki Hammond here? Is she on her way? Oh, hi. Hi. Perfect. Keke, I'm sorry. Keke Hammond, okay. Okay, so I think I'm going to start with you, David.
Okay.
Just as a natural segue from your speech, I thought it was excellent. And I thought that everything you said about storytelling as identity, storytelling as a form or a way or a vehicle of pushing your own narrative. So important. How the stories we tell, the names we have really shapes the lens through which people view us, essentially, with Great Britain. And what I kept on thinking about as you were speaking is that when you think about the United States where we both live, there is a very cohesive narrative. The narrative in the United States goes back to its history and its founding with, this idea that you had farmers and blacksmiths and all sort of segments of the population who banded together to defeat the British, the greatest military power in the world at the time. And that sort of rags to riches, this idea of overcoming, this idea of, starting from the bottom and having nothing and really making something from it, you see that trickle in or trickle down to all facets of American life. Does Nigeria have its own cohesive narrative from which everything else flows? And what should that narrative be?
Well, I would say Nigeria has a very, very strong identity, but we are not doing the best job of selling that to the world. America is arguably the best in the world at this. If you go to the number that prefixes their phone numbers, it's number 1. That is strategic. They take great pride in that. Make America great again is a great piece of marketing. There's the weaponization of that word great again. We don't even have to do that. 1 in 4 Africans is Nigerian. In America, the most highly educated people in that country are Nigerian. The richest black man on the planet is Nigerian. We have everything you could possibly want or desire as a country, but we have not fully engaged with the power of story globally. And if governmentally, if the private sector could really recognize just how much their businesses would scale if what is deemed aggression globally in terms of Nigerians is reframed as passion. We are one of the happiest countries on the planet. This is known. This is data talking about who and what we are. Our music has transcended the globe and is being imbibed and utilized and assimilated by the world. Careful. Okay.
Welcome to Lagos, everyone.
Yeah.
We don't want a Michael situation on our hands.
I know, we don't. You see how Lagos has done me? I'm talking about how great we are, and then NEPA.
Wow. Please don't kill me,
I know, NEPA and fire.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll keep going. But that's where I think that we are missing the opportunity. We are missing the opportunity to take who we actually are. We don't need to sell this. It already is, and story is one of the most powerful ways to do it.
I love that. There's so much that you said there, just especially in terms of music, and this is where I want to bring our next panelist in. Keke, I'm going to tell you a quick story, okay? I live in New Jersey, and I took my kids to a theme park, roller coaster theme park. It was in the middle of nowhere in New Jersey. When I say that the diversity of 0.22% was probably me and my sons that day, I mean it. There was no other black people anywhere. So I'm tying my son's shoelaces in this theme park with all the roller coasters, and then suddenly I hear a song in the distance. And I'm like, oh my God, in this middle of nowhere, Trump country, New Jersey, no black people, I hear WizKid on the stereo. And I had to take a moment because I was like, oh, wow, this is a moment. This is not just, a bar in Manhattan playing WizKid or Burna Boy. This is the middle of nowhere, no diversity in New Jersey, close to Pennsylvania. We're now hearing WizKid. What does that moment mean? And are we capitalizing on that? On this particular pivotal cultural change we're seeing around the world?
Thank you for that question. And I think it's a wonderful story to tell. I think it's something that we can all relate to. One thing that I would say is that music certainly unites us as a people, whether we're in this country or in remote New Jersey, like you mentioned. But one thing that I would say that Flytime recognized 22 odd years ago was that before our music became popular, we knew that there was something. And that's why at that time, where on the radio stations, we were predominantly hearing, foreign music. We started intentionally playing our music, whether it be in clubs, on the radio, and then we took a gamble and did a show at Fantasyland back then. It wasn't popular. We had to involve comedy to make it palatable for everybody. And that day, it was sold out. The audience was dancing, although it was raining. We knew we had something. And since then, we've noticed that live music is not just a platform. It is a place that brings jobs. It is a place that brings sponsors together into this space. It is a place that takes our local acts onto a global platform. Now, what does worry me is, as a nation, are we creating the infrastructure, the training, the systems needed to match where our music, where the trajectory is going? We are yet to do that. Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping that with conversations like this and with people in the room, we can come together to be intentional about what the next 5 years and 10 years will be like, instead of playing catch-up, right? Yes. We have people who have been front runners for this for the last 22 years. We need to stop playing catch-up.
Thank you, Keke, for that. Choma, one of the things, just going back to what David said, just about storytelling, I think the challenge for Nigeria is that once a narrative sets hold, it is actually quite difficult to change it. If you are starting a nation from scratch, you have a blank slate, there's a blank piece of paper, and you can build your narrative from the ground up, that's one thing. Not easy to do, but through a lot of careful thought, you can do it. Once you've had decades of a narrative about Nigeria that isn't positive. Some of it is positive, obviously. David talked about being the happy. I mean, like, you know, people know that Nigeria is a hustlers, we can overcome, we're very resilient. But there is also a negative narrative about Nigerians being aggressive or Lagos being filled with chaos, that kind of thing. How do you begin to change that? Because if we're going to turn Lagos into a sort of cultural hub for film, like Cannes, for example, or Toronto, you have to start there first. You have to change the narrative first. Talk to us about how you get something like that off the ground. How do you turn Lagos into the next version of Cannes or Toronto?
We are the next version of Cannes already. They recognize that, they tweeted about that already, so we're not changing the narrative. I believe we are the narrative now. David attended the last film festival we had in Lagos, and he was really impressed with the logistics, the security, the accommodation, and the festival itself. With that, he's back here today. This, the situation we have with security, really, I would say this for the festival, it doesn't exist in Lagos. The bad security doesn't exist here. People always come and they leave very happy. The reports we get, they go online, they go back to Film Freeway, and they're putting all the, all the experiences, and it's mostly always positive. When it's not positive, it falls back to the festival, or maybe somebody's luggage was lost, things that really, it's not about the state. So with regards to the narrative changing, or there, I would say that having the festival in Lagos State is a major positive to the festival and the general narrative of Nigeria.
Thank you so much. And Kanye, when we think about culture in this country, Nigeria has so much going for it, because it's not just Nollywood, it's not just the film industry, it's also fashion, it's also art, the list goes on. Which sector do you think still remains underinvested in but has the highest growth potential?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for this opportunity. I would say, for me, I believe that the fashion sector has the greatest potential because you've seen the huge interest that the world has taken in Nigerian fashion. You have Americans going to prom, ordering their gowns from Nigeria. And Nigeria has a very rich history in the textile and clothing industry. You have a very rich heritage of different textile methods. You've got adire, you've got ashoke from all the various regions of Nigeria. So there's a rich culture, there's a rich diversity in terms of what Nigeria can offer the world. However, you have really massive market failure, such as financing, such as capacity for production, such as training and development, and also formalization of the sector. I do believe that this sector, because it has got a low entry point in terms of skills requirement, and it also employs mostly youth as well as women, the more vulnerable groups, and it has a potential to absorb a high volume of unemployed people into it. So I do believe that, I want to make an example that at Afrexim Bank we have a program that we call Canex Presents Africa. And we take African brands to various platforms globally. We have Nigerian brands that participate in Paris Fashion Week that we take there, in New York Fashion Week, and we connect them with buyers from large retailers. On the 18th of June, we'll be opening an African pop-up store at Galeries Lafayette in the heart of Paris, where we will have African brands showcased there. The point that I wanted to make is, in our work with
taking African brands to these global platforms. And you will agree that when you look at the global, specifically the trade space where the money is, the African representation is extremely limited. And for us as Afrexim Bank, it was very important that we provide these platforms. However, so the point that I wanted to make, I keep digressing, is that there's been such great appetite from global buyers from Asia, you name it, whether it's Japan, whether it is Southeast Asia, whether it's the US, Europe, for Nigerian textiles.
That's amazing.
So it's really been so encouraging where we've seen Nigerian brands being able to export their product to Paris, to Germany, to the US, you know, and it's been such an eye-opener in the sense that people, when they think of African fashion, they think it's a monolith. They think dashiki, and there's the certain narratives or certain ways that the prisms that people view African fashion.
Totally.
And they don't understand the richness, the diversity of it, and how rich in cultural heritage and how much it carries our story as Africans.
Yeah, and I completely agree, because I've actually seen on catwalks designers being heavily influenced by African fashion. I mean, I can't remember which fashion designer had like Ghana must go bags, but yes, completely right.
I think it was Louis Vuitton.
Oh, Louis Vuitton, okay. So David, just to her point, but just applying it to the film industry, obviously, yes, we want fashion to be exported. We also want our films in Nigeria to be exported, which they obviously are. But in terms of getting more eyeballs, not just in Nigeria and Africa, but also overseas, the way the music industry is now consumed globally, we also want that for the film industry as well. I remember one executive in Hollywood telling me years ago that one of the reasons why white audiences might not go to black films, these were her words, was not because they were racist, because when they see a black film, they just think, oh, this is not for me. This is just not for me. I'm not racist. This is just not for me. And I guess she would also, if I had the opportunity to ask her again, she would probably say the same thing about African films. Do you think that is true? Do you think there is a perception that, oh, this is just not for me? And how do we change that? Is it necessary to change it?
Guys, is it okay just to quiet down a little bit? And just, because this is, you know, I flew in from California to make the point that you have just teed up here. The thing I want to say, I want to go back to infrastructure and resources. If we keep on making films and we are known for telling stories that are small while saying we are big, there is a contradiction. We are massive. For me, this is the greatest nation in the world. And I'm not saying that just because I'm Nigerian. My dad used to work for the Nigerian Airways, and so we traveled all around Nigeria. So I would spend time in Jos, Abuja, Enugu, Oyo, where my parents were from, Edo, where my mom was from. I would see the transcendent beauty of this country. I haven't seen that on film. I haven't seen it. So when that executive says that, it's because she hasn't seen it. If she had ever seen a Nollywood movie, as much as we love them, they are low production value. The stories have to be smaller out of necessity because they're under-resourced, and there is no scope or scale that makes them feel global. To what Chioma was saying, the reality you're living around security is not the reality that is being lived globally. I have 5 films I want to make in Nigeria over the next 3 to 5 years. I can't get any of them, before you clap, I can't get any of them made here because Nigeria currently has a level 3 travel advisory against it, has no tax incentive, and is perceived as having low security. That's not my reality. I did a film here in November called Clarissa. We shot that film for 2-3 months here in Lagos. We took it to the Cannes Film Festival. and it has 100% reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. Deemed a truly great film, made with Nigerian capital, from Afrexim Bank, from MBO Capital, by Nigerian filmmakers, the Asiri brothers. We did that. And that is being distributed by one of the biggest film distributors in the world, Neon. But we made that for $4 million, which relatively speaking is small, but it's a start. The year before that, we had My Father's Shadow, which also went on and did great stuff globally. But it's a smaller movie. We need to scale up and up and up in order for this narrative and this narrative to change. They need to see it. You cannot be what you cannot see. We have to show it. And the only way to do that, and I'm talking to the investors in this room now, is that this sector needs major investment. And I'm not just talking about the film and TV industry, I'm talking about how that is going to impact agriculture and tourism and all of these other sectors, because, as I said about California, being the 4th largest economy in the world was driven by story. It was being able to tell a story. If the Nigeria I see when I'm here were projected onto film and distributed globally, it's a wrap. We are done. There is absolutely no way we would still be in this situation. And so that's why I'm telling you, please, I know I'm a filmmaker and an actor and all of those things. I'm not just talking about film and TV. I'm talking about story being a conduit for Nigeria taking its full and rightful place on the global stage.
And on that note, I am out of time. But thank you, David, for that. And I want to just give David a shout out because I've actually known David for about, what would you say, 15 years?
Like 20 years.
20. I used to spend Christmas at his house when I was like a teenager.
I knew her as Mama Ejiofor. Zain Asha. Hey.
And then David is one of the kindest, most thoughtful, most intentional, most humble people I know. He is the real deal. This is the real deal.
Well, I'm going to say this about Moma Zain Asha. I remember when she used to come to my house in California and you would talk to me about your vision board. And on that vision board was doing exactly what you're doing now.
Lord bless.
Wow.
So I couldn't be more proud of you. Remember we spent Christmas together when you and your brother. Her brother is the amazing Chiwetel Ejiofor, by the way. I'm so proud of you too. So thank you for that.
And we're proud of you and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing creative session. Now I'm going to ask our Deputy Governor and also you know who you are to come and join for this special picture. Madam.
I swear to God.
I wanted to ask.
You can.
I would like to make an announcement.
Yes.
We are very excited to announce the coming of CANEX weekend.
The Creative
to
African
Nigeria.
Nexus.
The Creative African Nexus is coming to Lagos from the 5th till the 8th of November to celebrate what Lagos represents, the true creative genius of Africa. So we're very excited. We hope to welcome you there.
It's going to be amazing. I'll be your MC, by the way, so you got to be there. Now that is a beautiful picture. Oh yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more session. It's a session with energy, because it's about energy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we again celebrate this incredible panel that was moderated by our Zain Asha. Thank you so much. And just to let you know that this is Lagos, the only spark we celebrate is a spark in our creativity, in our talent, and in the exceptional individuals here. So whatever electric spark you saw was just to cue the next conversation, because we saved the best for the last, and this is on energy and sustainability. As we talk about Africa and Lagos particularly powering Africa's future, of course this conversation is crucial. And to moderate this conversation, we have the Chief Executive Officer of Energy Inc. Advisors, an exceptional moderator by all standards. Please make welcome Mrs. Rolake Akinkunmi-Filani. She will be upstage to constitute the panel, which is the final plenary session for Invest Lagos 3.0. I thought we were going to applaud Rolake Akinkunmi-Filani as she makes her way to the stage to invite her distinguished panelists for this energy and sustainability conversation. Mrs. Akinkunmi-Filani, you have the stage.
Hello. Thank you very much, Moji Bade. So, ladies and gentlemen, promise you we're at the very last hurdle to get across. So I'm going to quickly invite the panelists, one of whom has been sitting here extremely patiently all afternoon. And first, I'll call the Group Managing Director of Sahara Group, Mr. Kola Adeshino, MFR, FNSC. Please give him an energetic round of applause as he comes on stage. I'd also like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Lagos State, ably represented by Engineer K.A.T. Balogun, the GM CEO of the Lagos State Electrification Agency. A round of applause for him as he comes. There he is. Please keep clapping. And then I believe we have Mr. Alexander Milner, the Director of International Policy and Partnerships, Africa Specialty Risks. A round of applause for Alexander. Please, let's keep the energy up. For those of us who've not had lunch, food is waiting. So we'll get through this as quickly as possible. But as you would have seen in the previous session, if you had any doubt that electricity is a necessity and it can make all the difference, I'm sure those doubts have been erased. So just to put it in context, Lagos is the hub, the commercial capital. And if there's any state and sub-sovereign in Nigeria that requires an integrated power and electrification system, it certainly is Lagos. And there's a lot that's been happening, powered, of course, by the decentralization of electricity to the states, independent power projects going on.
I think that, ladies and gentlemen, please can I have your attention? It is not easy to be the final panel of a two-day conference, and our esteemed panel have come a long way to share these thoughts with you. So if you are making noise at the back, please do so outside. Please give them the honor of listening. So please, I beg you to please listen to the panel and keep the noise to a minimum.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, as we just welcome back His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. We can just give a moment or two for everyone to settle down. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again, Mark. So I was mentioning the fact that Lagos State, as the hub and commercial nerve center of the country, requires an integrated power system. And I'd like to come to Engineer K.A.T. Balogun, representing, of course, the Honorable Commissioner, who's unable to be here today. And I guess the question I have for you is, given the recent reforms and everything we've seen, and given the immense scale of the infrastructure, the human capital, the networks, and everything we require to power Lagos, how have those reforms impacted the fabric of Lagos State's electricity infrastructure?
This is Lagos. Lagos State is estimated to have an economic GDP of 73 trillion naira, which is about $259 billion. Lagos State Lagos State accounts for 30% of Nigerians' GDP. We receive 40% of the grid generations. These are huge numbers, you know. And with the federal law, Federal Electricity Law of 2023, and the State's Electricity Act of 2024, this enabled the states to take ownership of the electricity market, create the market, and manage it. So Lagos State was enabled, and two things were done. Institutions were created, some policy documents were also done. 3 institutions were created. The first one is the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Agency. You have the Lagos Independent System Operator, then you have Lagos State Electrification Agency. In terms of policy, you have the integrated electricity, you have the integrated resource planning document. You also have the strategic implementation document. With these 2 documents, it enables us to take ownership, you know, and the 3 agencies have started engaging investors, you know. We've been able to have about 14 investors recently that was approved by Mr. Governor, you know, and the ministry have started engaging them. We are in the process of PPA and tariff negotiation, you know, and then Lagos State also have the ambition to generate 6,000 megawatts of electricity in the next 5 months, you know. With this, you know, I believe that we'll be able to do a lot, you know, and the reform in itself is supposed to, 1, provide competition, provide innovation, provide accountability, which invariably will translate to improved service delivery.
Thank you very much, sir. And I will just take a brief pause. Thank you, Mujibade. I believe he's now turned up to kindly invite Barrister Ismail Ahmed, the chairman of the Presidential Initiative of CNG and EV, who's just coming from Abuja. I believe he's here now. So can we please give him a warm round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to see you, sir. We cannot have a conversation on electricity without talking about alternative energy for mobility in particular. You're very welcome. So I was going to ask you a very brief follow-up question. I think most Lagosians and Nigerians are familiar with the policy environment. And what we want to understand is, given this picture and the great strides that have been made in policy, what can Lagosians expect in terms of electricity generation going forward for Lagos State? Very briefly, sir.
First of all, the ministry is, we are tackling the low-hanging fruits, one of which is we've started engaging companies that have excess capacity, like Dangote, like flour mills, like Aswani. We've started engaging them to dish out the modality whereby they can supply the grid with the excess capacity. Then on the generation side, as I said earlier, our ambition is to generate in-house, domicile in Lagos, 6,000 megawatts of electricity, of which 2,000 will be renewables. We are also considering quickly, batch power supply. Those are mobile supply that will reside on the sea. These are some of the few things we are looking at.
Thank you very much, San. I think for those who may not be aware, recently the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission just enabled Nigeria's generating solar
to sell excess capacity back to the grid. So for the very first time, I believe we have net metering. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Adeshino. So Ikeja Electricity actually serves the largest load center in Nigeria. And we know the challenges of managing distribution infrastructure. What infrastructure investment, in your view, if made today in Lagos, would totally transform the reliability and financial sustainability of the entire electricity market in Lagos?
Okay, thank you so much. I will first appreciate the governor, as well as the deputy governor and the leadership of the team that made this possible. With regards to electricity conversation, I ordinarily would have preferred that we're number one in the event order, such that a critical issue like this will be discussed when the energy of the attendees will be very high, because without energy, we're not going anywhere. And of course, as you can see the room, they are a bit tired, so I would have suggested that we come first. So invest in Lagos 4.0, we should be number one. That's one. Number two is the fact that when you are offering solution to a problem, you need to do so by first diagnosing the cause of that problem and not deal with the symptom. Today, the distribution companies have the capacity, particularly mine, to be able to do 1,200 megawatts. But at best, what are we doing? 500, 520 at best. Invariably, if you are to sequence the strategies and investment required to make electricity more available, that gap needs to be closed. And in closing the gap, the suggestion from us, the private sector, consistently has been that you have a segregation policy around where you feed industries first. Okay. Ensure that all the companies, all the manufacturers get electricity 24/7. Whatever will make that happen should be the number one agenda. A reason being that you can't create a Lagos of tomorrow without power. You can't industrialize without power. Trade cannot grow without power. So invariably, that should be the number one priority in terms of what needs to be done. And in doing so, the specific elements needed will be for us to go back to brass tacks. And what's that? Lagos town planning seemingly failed at a point in time in the course of our lives in Lagos. If you go to Obakran, Ogba, those locations were primarily industrial areas, and the infrastructure, electricity infrastructure in those places were for industries. But today, if you go there, most of the industries are no more there, and you now find that some of the factories are now warehouses or churches. Right. So the infrastructure that has been built for industry is now being consumed by other users. Of course, there is no economic benefit arising from that. So the recommendation from me will be that let's have a plan that will describe specific industrial zones and ensure that suppliers of power focus power to those locations where we can truly galvanize economic progress in that specific location. The second thing will be that during the day, those locations must have power 24/7. However, at night, because they are not producing, the electricity that is meant to be used by them will now be diverted to the residential customers. Invariably, everybody can sleep well. Quality of life is being dealt with. Mine will be, let's have one plan that speaks end to hand to the issues and challenges within the power space. What happened here earlier is not NEPA. That's an internal issue in terms of electrification. So, but every other person that came, including young David, said NEPA. So there are quite a number of things ascribed to NEPA that is not NEPA. Okay. So we want to make money, and to make money, we need to sell more power.
Thank you very much. I think it's because the issue of NEPA has become so ingrained in our psyche as Nigerians that we ascribe to it. But a round of applause for him. I think one of the things I'd love to hear is what then happens to the residential and the commercial space. What is the best model for electricity delivery, since infrastructure has to be integrated across board?
Okay, the elementary commerce and economics those days, what they taught us was inciting your industry, your businesses, is nearness to market, nearness to raw materials, and all that. Invariably, if you are going to set up any commercial entity, the first thing you will do is to confirm where electricity is reliable. Because the further away you are to where electricity is reliable, the more expensive it becomes. Absolutely. And for Nigeria to truly become export-oriented, trade positive, it simply means that we must produce competitively at the right price, not at the price that is currently obtainable to some of the manufacturers.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. You'd like to give a very brief response, sir, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Adesina is talking like a businessman. Government is more about social services, and we believe that electricity should be available for everybody. So the government is also dealing with the underserved and unserved area of the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think that's something that's been a very hot debate as to what extent it's a public good versus commercial use. But we'll come back to that. I'd like to come to Barrister Ismail Hamid. It's interesting because for those Nigerians who've been following this CNG story, they would have noticed that I introduced him as CNG/electric vehicle. So is that a sign that perhaps there's a realization that CNG in and of itself as an alternative technology may not be sufficient to serve the needs of Lagos as a megacity or Nigeria as a whole? That's the first one. And then I really want to understand what the positioning of this market segment is within the wider Lagos economy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me today. First of all, I don't think it's a realization of the insufficiency or any deficiency on the part of CNG. I think it's the realization of the contemporary times we're in. EV has grown out of its own without any necessary government regulatory, instructions or whatever. 4 out of every 10 vehicles that come to the Nigerian ports, according to statistics from customs, are electric vehicles or at worst hybrid. So it is about alternative energy to fossil fuels. When this president came on board, he could have done what every other president probably had done in the past. He could have relied on handouts and say, I'm taking fuel subsidy away, but I want to, in return, give you handouts or palliatives. But he thought of something else. And that's another good thing that Lagos State have done, is giving us this president that thinks ahead. He says that, look, what can we do as an alternative that would be productive and sustainable? And he realizes that we have 200 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas in Nigeria. So Nigeria is a gas country with some oil, as opposed to an oil country with gas, right? So we have a lot of gas in Nigeria, and he realized that if we could use our gas, like other countries have done, Iran, Brazil, China, India, you name it, to use CNG to be able to move from point A to point B, why are we wasting our time subjecting our domestic economy, to the vagaries and potential volatility of global oil prices, like what's happening in the Middle East today that has risen the price of PMS, for example, to 1,200 and diesel to 2,000. If we could move away from that. So it's a realization that, look, we have natural gas in abundance, most of which are flared up in some cases, and we could use it to move our transportation from point A to point B, and then we have abundant sunlight in the north. And if we could have that, why can't we have EV? Because it's already here. It's not a matter of either or. they're not mutually exclusive. They can both go together. And the realization of that by the president, that's why he said, you know what, it's about alternative fuels. Let's see how we can put the two together and drive this country forward. And right now in Lagos, for example, to answer your question, Lagos is the biggest hub in this country and in West Africa and probably in the whole of African continent. Why do I say that? Now, in Lagos alone, there are 1.2 million registered vehicles. In the whole of this country, there are 13 million registered vehicles, which means Lagos alone has 9% of the entire registered vehicles of Nigeria. 60% of all logistical vehicles are either coming from Lagos or going to Lagos. If you could put that and shift it to alternative fuel like CNG or electric vehicles and get away from fossil fuel, make it cheaper and cleaner, then look at what we are talking about, the immense contribution that could do to Lagos economy and that could do to Nigerian economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if I may ask you, do you have an idea of the estimate or quantum of CNG-powered vehicles that may perhaps be on Lagos roads, just to give our audience an idea of the scale of the opportunity?
I can't speak for Lagos alone right now. I don't know the numbers alone for Lagos, but I do know that the numbers for Nigeria is about 200,000, but our target is about 1.2 million vehicles if we could get to that. But in Lagos is one of our primary hubs that we are looking into, because like I said, 1.2 million vehicles are registered here, and almost 57% of Nigerian vehicles are commercial vehicles. 37% of that 57% are logistical vehicles. Once we can get that, and most of them are either coming out of Lagos or into Lagos. Right now, if you go to the Nigerian ports, either at Tinkan or Apapa, it is littered by major trucks coming in either for Dangote, Bua, Lafarge, or one of these big FMGs. They are all CNG powered. Dangote sells diesel and PMS, right? From his refinery. But he uses CNG trucks to transport those, those products. That's to tell you, that is where the future is. And that's where we're trying to concentrate on.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to come to you, Alex, because one of the things that needs to enable CNG-powered vehicles is infrastructure. CNG obviously operates on virtual pipelines, but we also need a pipeline network to bring these sources of energy to market. From a risk perspective, because that's your specialty, what is the unique, perhaps, characteristic of Lagos that investors look at and decide whether this is a viable opportunity for investment, specifically in the energy space, and what would be the additional tools that will help unlock those investment opportunities?
Thank you so much. Saving the best till last. Before I start, I want to thank the Honourable Governor and Lord Marland for such an excellent event. I was a diplomat for 12 years, and I went to a lot of events, and this is definitely one of the best I've ever been to. Quality of the conversations, the people, and the momentum is really great to see. Let me just explain about Africa Specialty Risks. So we are a Pan-African reinsurance group with offices across the continent, including Mauritius, Morocco, South Africa, and a big base in London, where our main underwriting hub is. We've been going for 5 years, and we have de-risked $60 billion worth of investment in that time, and grown to be the second largest reinsurer in Africa in 5 years, by basically plugging Africa and African markets into global financial markets, right? And specifically the kind of the reinsurance markets here. A lot of what you mentioned it's a running theme here, risk perception and risk reality. And the Governor mentioned it in his opening address, actually, de-risking. And I think that's a great way to frame how to look at this, because if I think of the perception of Nigeria, there is that perception and reality on the ground. The macro story is really strong at the moment. I think we need a stronger local story. Actually, borrowing what David said earlier about kind of changing perceptions, and that the travel ratings of embassies and countries need to essentially change. So I think look, there's a lot of opportunity in Lagos. The demand is there. The reforms are ongoing. I think what would give real confidence to investors and foreign investors, also mobilizing local capital, local pension funds, local things like that, not just relying on saying a Canadian pension fund should or whatever. It has to kind of start here. And we're a big believer in public-private partnerships. So, really working in tandem with the government, with regulators, with key companies, to provide a platform for investors to understand the risk and be able to explain it and mitigate it. Right? I'm not actually here just to say buy insurance is going to solve your problems. It's having a full, eyes wide open approach to all the risks behind a project and how investors perceive that, and having a structure and a plan. Because those that will succeed are those that will structure risk, not avoid it, essentially. And so, especially when we're coming to talk on new technologies as well, they throw up a whole new set of risks that also need to be managed and mitigated. I was based in Kenya for a couple of years, and I helped to introduce the first electric boda, so kind of delivery vehicle scheme, which runs on solar battery and energy storage units. But then a whole load of other risks get thrown up that you need to work with the insurance industry to understand the inherent risks so that we can help you come up with solutions and then see how we can get more investment into those. So look, my big theme is public-private partnerships here. There's a lot of development institutions in Nigeria. Ironically, with less development money around, it needs to be used more effectively, and that should be done in terms of mobilizing private capital. So how do you multiply the public funds to then crowd in finance? And I think working with Lagos State particularly, having an honest conversation early on the pipelines of projects, where investment is needed and what the risk profile is, it will be a great starting point to help enable some of these plans.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. I think the part about the honest conversation is really important. I want to just ask a final set of questions to all the panelists, and I'll start with Mr. Adeshino. In terms of the debate between alternative energy and traditional power sources, you could dimension Lagos for industrial. We know we need base load. We know we need gas to power. For the commercial and residential, we know we can use a mix of sources. Yeah. Is there a missing part of that equation? Is there something, perhaps from your vantage point, that this city really, really needs in terms of alternative energy that we haven't quite plugged the gap on, that you would like to have a conversation with the Lagos State government about?
Thank you very much. Well, the first thing is this. When you have one plan, inherent in that plan will be both the base load and all the forms of alternatives available. And I love what the engineer said earlier in terms of the way the categorization of customers today, the served, the underserved, and the unserved. For each of those categories, they require electricity of a different type. Using the various sources available, inherent in that plan, we can marshal out and say specifically, this set of customers in this particular area is grid power. And by the way, speaking to Lagos being great, no economy can grow without big power. Invariably, you need base load to grow the economy. To improve the quality of life, alternative energy should step in. Mini-grid, off-grid, and all forms. But then there is a need for one document that would have done the customer enumeration, where they are, what they have by way of asset mapping and technical audit of the infrastructure available. And for those who don't have equally, where are they? How many are they? What form of energy is best fit for that particular location? In that document, investors alike can pick areas of interest for investment purposes.
So you're saying that document doesn't exist today?
Well,
who needs to do that work? The public sector or the private sector?
I think it's both of us.
Okay.
There are quite a number of documents everywhere. We call it different names, but trust me 100%, they are not holistic enough. So much has been done, and I commend particularly the governor of Lagos State and his deputy for the work done in the last 7 years, because there is an integrated plan which has been developed. But beyond that, what are we looking for as investors? I don't want to oppose my engineer here. I need to align with him. Whatever he's doing must be in sync with what I'm doing, ultimately beneficial to the customers. When we disagree, the customers will not have light. So that document will speak to those risks highlighted and how those risks are to be mitigated for us to truly light up Lagos.
Thank you very much for that honest assessment. I think final words, very briefly. Engineer Balogo, do you have a response to that? Maybe some final words.
I'll take it in two parts. The first one is for me to respond to my Egmo. Lagos State, in our adventure to get power, we have what we call energy hubs, which are located in 5 or 6 places: Ikorodu, Ekpe, Badagry. These are locations that we have given to the investors. They have looked at it and they have profound solution in terms of the kind of power that will be available. And in that process, each cluster will be able to supply a particular part of Lagos, and we will also be working with the two discos because they are the owner of the network, So that's the way we have been able to tackle the alternative power. And in some places whereby, it might be costly to do grid extension, we'll probably do a mini grid solar to those communities, And then on a final words, Lagos State is not responding to the reform. We're actually leveraging on it to build a very competitive electricity market in Africa. Our goals are clear. One is to unlock power, encourage investment, encourage renewable energy, all to the betterment of the people of Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Alex, I'd like to come to you. 1 or 2 words in terms of where you see the opportunities actually going into the future in the Nigerian market.
So a word I just picked up on was alignment, right? Alignment for all the key players in that chain that ultimately delivers energy to an end customer. That is actually, alignment and consistency is what foreign investors are looking for. I've heard a lot of people talk about Arsenal today, and I'm actually an Everton fan. And did you know that Everton is my life isn't easy. Do you know Everton has been the most consistent side in the top flight in the Premier League, 123 years. Maybe Lagos should partner with Everton. But I think, so consistency is absolutely key. And I would just say that capital follows confidence, which comes from understanding and structuring risk. And insurance and reinsurance can help turn opportunity into investment, ultimately, working with everyone here.
So leveraging insurance, and I would say actually, just like Arsenal, Lagos does set pieces really well. So, but words spoken very wisely. Thank you very much. And I guess the final word for you, I want you in your closing remarks to address the issue of affordability and access. We talked a lot about that today. Is really with the CNG and the EVs, what is the plan to make it accessible and affordable for ordinary Lagosians?
Well, I think affordability, it is clear that the CNG and the EV is by far more affordable than the PMS and the traditional fuels that you see every day. That is without, that's no gainsaying, it's a no-brainer. But now we're talking about availability. How do we make it available? This is infrastructure-led. It's capital intensive. It takes a lot of money to be able to set it up. You need private players to be able to lead because government is not in the business of running business. Government is in the business of enabling private sector to thrive in their business. Lagos has 20 million people plus. They move more than 3.5 to 4.2 million people on a daily basis. So Mr. Kola Adeshina and the representative of the commissioner can sit down and talk about electricity at home. That's good. People can live without electricity, but they cannot live without moving around. They have to go to school, They have to be able to do that. They can find generators and off-grid solar for their homes, but they cannot find an alternative for moving around. So I want Lagos State, starting from Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the first governor, Raji Fashola, Ambode, my brother Sanwo-Olu, the next governor Obafemi Hamzat, please let us all invest in alternative fuel for transportation because it moves 3.5 to 4.2 million people in Lagos every day. It is the next most important item that consumes household income after food is transportation. We are here to be able to partner with Lagos State government and private sector. We have already attracted $2.5 billion worth of private sector funds in CNG and EV. We can grow more if the state backs it up, because Lagos is the primer in doing this, then we'll be able to make a difference in the lives of Lagosians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank the panelists, Mr. Adeshino, Sahara Group, Engineer Balogun, Alexandra Specialty Rigs, and Mr. Hamid. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolake Akinkugbe Filani. In the same fashion, we would invite, please hold on to Mr. Kola. Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, the co-chairs of the LOC and the chair of the conference committee to please join the picture alongside Lord Marland. We're getting closer to the end, and for some reason I'm emotional. I don't want the conversations to end, but it's time for the conversations to end so we can get to work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but it has been an incredible 2 days. We still have very important things to do, but we're getting closer to the end. If you enjoyed the cultural display that we opened with, we have a closing show for you. But this time, Eko for show, and you didn't see this one coming. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists and our moderator as they exit the stage. Thank you so much for that conversation on energy and sustainability as we power Africa's future across board. Thank you so much. All right, on that note, I have the honor of inviting on stage. But before then, I would allow for us to settle very quickly so we can receive our next speaker. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos Fashion Week. Please make welcome Mrs. Akerele Omoyemi. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omoyemi Akerele. I'm the founder and Chief Executive Officer at Star House Files and Lagos Fashion Week. It's such an honor to be here, and I'd like to say a big thank you to the Invest Lagos Committee. Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, and the Deputy Governor. Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Hamzat. It's such a pleasure to be here. My first question to the room today is, when you think about fashion, what comes to mind? I mean, for a lot of people, what comes to mind is maybe fashion shows, photographs. Maybe what comes to mind is pictures. What comes to mind is craftsmanship, or pictures and a closet full of clothes that we wear and we possibly don't wear. But for me, when I think about fashion, I think about livelihoods. I think about the environment. I think about impact. Hi, one house, please. Hello?
I think you're absolutely right. She deserves your attention. We're close to the end. Please, if you're having any conversations, hold them, take your seats, and please listen, please. Thank you.
So to me, fashion is more than just fashion. It's more than the clothing we wear. fashion represents like the hundreds and sometimes thousands of communities working behind the scenes, either as craftsmen, working as suppliers, working as designers, working as photographers, makeup artists, and the whole chain goes on and on. And it's very important that we begin to see fashion as beyond talent. For the last 15 years at Lagos Fashion Week, we've been building. Yes, we've been building the ecosystem. We've contributed significantly to supporting the creation of over 14,000 jobs, directly and indirectly, through the people we hire, through the people, the designers that we work with hire. And the story goes on. We've been able to work with over almost 1,000 different businesses in different capacities. That says a lot. It tells you about what fashion can do. Fashion sits at the intersection of a lot of industries, not just within the industry. When we're talking about manufacturing, when we're talking about the energy sector, which, based off the conversation that just happened, when we're talking about the environment, and, the list goes on and on. So it's very important that as we begin to think about the fashion industry, we don't make the same mistakes that we made 15 years ago, thinking that the solution was about creating a fashion show and everything will just fall in place, because it's not going to fall in place. It's not going to fall into place if we don't actively build. And what are we talking about? Now that we've established that talent exists, creativity exists, the next question we need to ask ourselves for the next phase we're going into is, how do we build on that talent? How do we support talent? And the question is infrastructure. It's time to build. Enough of creativity, enough of talent showcase. How do we support all the thousands of young people across Lagos State who've learned how to sew, pattern cut, pattern make, weave, either weaving, ashoke, just different things? How do we support them? When I think about this, I think about two designers amongst thousands. I think about Emi Kasbet, I think about Ekikere. You know why? Because they came outside Lagos and moved into Lagos State. They had a dream, and they had this vision to build. And Lagos State has supported them significantly in not just providing a platform, but providing opportunities. Emi Kasbit, for example, his work supports Akwete, which is not even here. It's a city, way thousands of miles outside Lagos State, but that's what Lagos State does through the work he does here. Ekikere, if we look at her as well, her work, when she moved in here, recently she invited me into her studio and showed me this, multi-storied building and said, I want to share this with you. And I asked her why. She reminded me when she moved to Lagos, reminded me when she started showing with us at Lagos Fashion Week, and went on to tell me about, what she's done with that. So as we sit in this room today, I'm not going to bandy figures around, Africa generates, the fashion industry, 32 billion, Nigeria generates 10 billion. We've heard that and we're tired. It's time to build. And to build, we need investors. To build, we need capacity. To build, we need resources. Last year, Lagos Fashion Week, through the work we do within the sustainable fashion ecosystem, we received a prize called the Headshot Prize, and it's an award. It's an award, and it comes with resources. But it's also important that we ourselves realize that awards do not build infrastructure. People do. And the people that can help us build are right here in this room. So I'm here appealing to our banks to let them understand that fashion shows, they're not just PR machinery. They're a tool for socioeconomic growth and socioeconomic development. I'm here to remind investors who are sitting in this room to begin to see fashion. I know you think it's so niche. I know you keep, everyone is worried. There's this risk, what do we do? What are we investing in? But we promise you that really and truly, if we build the right infrastructure that's needed for all of these thousands and, millions of youth in Lagos State to be able to, power their creativity on, the future is ours. It's also important to note as well, one of the most important conversations that we refuse, the elephant in the room, is waste. Last year, we launched a report called Irapada. And for us, Irapada was important because I do know the impact of fashion when it comes to decarbonizing the environment. And the figures are astounding. Lagos State generates over 260,000 tons of waste. But where people see waste, we see value. How can we create more jobs? how can we create more businesses? How can we support micro SMEs, in their vision to create businesses out of this? So I'm going to just cue and ask for a video to be played as, just to share some of the data out there with you, but to also bring the conversation right back into the room that we can no longer just rely on talent. We need to build infrastructure. We need to build infrastructure. We need to build capacity. We need to provide opportunities for education and technology, and we can do that with everyone's support. Thank you.
Lagos is one of the busiest cities in the whole of West Africa. Lagos generates approximately 21,000 tons of textile waste every month, which accounts to approximately 260 tons of textile waste annually. There's so much textile consumption that is happening, and we also see the amount of textile waste that is being compiled inside the landfills all over Lagos. The next question we want to now answer is, where exactly is this textile waste coming from? Our initial hypothesis is that textile waste has to be coming from the market. But we actually discovered the opposite. These markets have little to no textile waste. And the reason for that is actually quite simple. Market traders there have a simple slogan: waste now. Money dey there too. Which means that textile waste is being commercialized on every single level. They do not believe that textile waste has to be discarded. If they can get a single naira from a piece of textile waste, they're going to sell it to a willing buyer and make that money.
Everybody lórúkọ mi. Now close to the sell for here na Katangwa. 7 years now, where I don't trade for inside this market. They give me market that they buy.
The good comes all the way from abroad, but they will land at Cotonou. When we open the bay, it's not everything inside the bay will be nice.
Some bay, I go see rubbish inside. If you go buy this, I go to see skirts.
We have first grade, we have second grade, and we have the last grade. They call it ewuwu. That one is not useful for us.
We sell them out, but at a very affordable rate.
So a company can come and get them from us in the cheaper rates, so that it can be useful for them also.
What these informal commercialization systems require is the adequate support and structure that they need to scale and practice that circularity on a wider scale. Textile waste is coming from people like you and people like me. With over 90% of textile waste being generated by homes, that is 90% of the 21,000 textile waste a month is being generated by household and consumers like you and me. If we want a more circular future for Lagos, then the change lies in our own hands on an individual level. We need to make more conscious choices about how we consume fashion and how we discard of fashion. These choices are already being made in the market. They already understand the principle of circularity. We as individuals also need to start practicing more circularity if we want to reduce the textile waste problem in Lagos. If we can make more conscious choices about how we dispose of our textile waste, instead of just throwing it away inside dustbins, maybe sell it to somebody, give it to our younger sister, or even give it to a mother or child in need. We can keep these fashion items in circulation for longer and reduce the textile waste problem in Lagos, because this problem is not going away unless we as individuals address it, and we on a collective level provide the informal system with the support they need to scale this circularity and contribute to a more circular future for Lagos. Through platforms like Green Access and Woven Threads, Lagos Fashion will continue to engage sustainable designers and nudge the industry towards more conscious ways of making. Iwapada builds on this by grounding the conversation in real data and revealing how textile waste truly flows through Lagos. Beyond the industry, the shift ultimately starts with us: how we buy, how we use, and how we let go. Because a more circular future for Lagos is not something we wait for. It is something we choose every single day.
Thank you very much. Lagos is known as many things: the center of excellence, city of aquatic splendor, the commercial nerve center of Africa. But what we don't really say is that Lagos is the fashion headquarters of Africa.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to close out the show, we have something exceptional for you. Turn your attention to the stage as we show you Eko for show, Eko accent. Please turn.
Attaching to every connection. We waited for the whisper of silk. But
we just want to be here for our
Raffia started our language. Rough, earthy, but honest. We clothed ourselves with the elements Earth gave us, from leaves rustling to the sounds of the wind, from fiber plucked from the barks of trees, woven for shelter, not style. Our shelter became our story. Our story became our identity. Our identity redefined our language.
Lagos, where the sun wakes up early to kiss the crest of yellow buses. Horns speak louder than voice, and sea hum beneath the bridges. A city that never blinks, with eyes wide open with dreams and dust. Feet run, trade, hustle, and hearts pump in unison with hope. Eko, a city where the market blooms like a restless garden. Mi ò lólódì ẹnìkan, ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Èkó. Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ mi sálẹ̀ ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀, Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀dẹ̀. Mo láwa lálálá gbalúgbó mi, àwa lálá bàtà bútú bàbá odòkodò. Èkó náà ni àwa lọmọ ẹ̀lúkú mẹ́dẹ́mẹ́dẹ́, ọmọ ẹ̀lúkú mẹ́dẹ́mẹ́dẹ́. Àwa lọmọ aṣàlẹ̀ dẹ̀dẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni òróbìnrin rí o. Ẹ̀pẹ́ alárò ògún mọ́dédé, kúkúrú lọ́sọ̀, gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀ lóru, ilẹ̀ ọlọ́lá, ìlú ọlọ́rọ̀ ni. Mo kí gbogbo yóò. Àwa lọmọ kí ìbẹ̀jù mẹ́ta, ìkan sowó, èjìgbà ìlẹ̀kẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo yóò. Mo yọ̀ fún ẹ, mo yọ̀ fúnra mi. Èkó àkété ìlú ọgbọ́n, arómisá lẹ́gbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀. Èkó ìlú àwa, Èkó tiwa ni. Èkó, 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 Èkó ló lómi, Èkó ló lẹ́ja, ẹja ọ̀sà tiwa ló jẹ́. Ẹja ọ̀bọ̀kún tèkó mà ní, ọ̀bọ̀kún dùn bí oyin. Èkó ìlú àwa, Èkó tiwa ni. Ètú o, omi akérèsè, ẹja ńlá. Ètú o, omi akérèsè, ẹja ńlá. Ẹja ọ̀bọ̀kún, ẹja ọ̀sà, imú olókùn àgbèwá o. Èkìlẹ̀ dùgbé, owó.
A special site that makes Lagos, Lagos.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Would you say I am dressed for a night out in Lagos?
Absolutely. Yes, you are.
But wait. How are we even going?
Oh, you just wait and see.
Okay. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
I love Lagos.
It's the glitz and the glamour for me.
Oh, they just get it.
That is why it is known as the center of excellence.
Aha.
Ẹ bá mi sọ fún Sisi yẹn kó má yẹ lọ. Ó ti sọ wípé fàájì tẹ́lẹ̀ la wà. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún bébí yẹn kó má yẹ lọ. Excuse me, baby. Ó ti sọ wípé fàájì tẹ́lẹ̀ la wà. Àyà Sisi jọ̀wọ́ kó má yẹ lọ. Ọmọdé ṣe mí, bébí mi dára. Olólùfẹ́ pé mi sáyà. Kò wá fún mi something to move. I see the sun in your eyes. I see the stars in your eyes. I see the colors of the river in your eyes. Baby, if not play, play. I say make it stop. am shuffling. I say make it stop am before you make person tomato. Ejo, eba mi sọ fún sisi yẹn.
Oh my love,
my baby. Now me and you together. Now you are the one. Now only you, baby, yeah. See, you know the shame. Plenty of span is too much. Taxi driver with hard labor, you get better, nobody care. If you marry taxi driver,
I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care.
if you marry lorry driver, yeah.
I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care.
If you marry taxi driver,
I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't
I say
care.
if you marry motor,
I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care.
guitar boy, guitar boy. I say if you see mommy water, if you see mommy water, never you run away. Never run away, Victor.
What for?
Sing along. If you see mommy water, if you see mommy water,
Never you run away. And the song of love, sweet melody.
let's dance.
Tonight we pause, not to rush or to chase trends, but to remember those who cut, who stitched, who styled and who dared, to those who dreamed in colors when the world around them was white and black, to those who saw beauty in chaos and turned it into magic.
And to the stylist, the unseen alchemist, the ones who take the ordinary and make it sing. We see you.
Yes, we do.
We applaud you.
Yes.
And to those ones who turn the marketplace into ateliers and the corridors into catwalks.
Yes, and turned Lagos into a living, breathing identity,
Oh, yes.
onto a blank canvas.
You remind us that fashion is not vanity.
Oh no, it's not.
It is our vocabulary.
Yes.
It is a way of saying that we are here.
Yes,
We exist and we belong. Thank you.
Oh,
This is Lagos, the fashion headquarters of the world.
Ha! Ayakata! Odiworo koto! Aha! Let's go! Ayakata! Odiworo koto! Yere! 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 Bang! 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 The time is 12 midnight, my brother. The lay on top of my bed now. The weather outside, not correct weather. That kind of cold, freezing weather. We're gonna make up our trees with charge extra. I say everything the correct order. The girl fine, and she's so fine. Her body, hey, now wahala. Her actually just makes me wonder. Her breast be like you don't love Maria. I say everything the correct order. She said, love me now, don't stop. She said, squeeze me now, now. She said, love me, Femi, don't stop. She said, squeeze me now, now. Bang, 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 I just dey go. Bang, 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 I just dey go. Bang, 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 bang. Ayakata, ayakata. Odiworo koto. Yere, yere, yere. Ha! She said, love me now. She said, squeeze me, baby, don't stop. She said, don't slow down now. To the right now, don't slow down now. To the left now, don't slow down now. To the right now, don't come too fast. She said, love me now, now. She said, squeeze me now. Bang, 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 I just dey go. Bang, 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 I just dey go. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, love me now, love me now. Squeeze me now, squeeze me now.
Give it up for the sights, the sounds, the passion, the poetry of Eko Ascend. Come and join us on the stage here. Let's take a wonderful photo.
And Mrs. Omoyemi Akerele is the producer of what you just saw. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much.
You could feel the passion of Lagos right there. Could you not feel it?
I could feel it. And if I wasn't Lagosian, I would be envious. But I'm proud to be Lagosian right now.
I'm a Lagosian. I could feel echo.
Well done. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and you may please be seated.
That was spellbinding, fantastic. We're almost at the end, so as I ask the models to please exit stage left there, we're going to ask you to turn your attention. Please take your seats for something really interesting. We want to show you a few videos, quick videos, that just show you just what Lagos has to offer in terms of tourism, culture, and vibe.
Mexico, a country known for its culture, breathtaking beaches, and vibrant cities. But behind the scenes, there are moments of turmoil. Unrest, headlines scream of conflict and chaos. Yet, each year, millions of tourists continue to flock to Mexico's paradise, unaware or undeterred by the stories of danger. Here in Cancun, it's an entirely different city. Crystal clear waters, world-class resorts, a destination far removed from the chaos. Travelers are focused on one thing, the experience. Because for them, Cancun isn't about fear, it's about escape, adventure, and relaxation. And so it is with Lagos, Nigeria, a bustling city of culture, innovation, and beauty. Yes, like many countries, it faces its challenges, but what tourists don't see is the Lagos that's waiting to welcome them. Lagos is rich in history, alive with vibrant culture and framed by breathtaking landscapes, from the sunny beaches of Takwa Bay and Ilashe to the buzzing nightlife on Victoria Island and the treasures of the new J. Randall Yoruba Center for Arts and Culture. It's the destination you never knew was perfect for your next adventure. Like Cancun, we want you to focus on what truly matters: the experience, the adventure, the memories. Lagos is ready for you to explore, to discover its wonders. So come, see for yourself. Nigeria is so much more than the headlines. Lagos is a city of dreams where every visit promises a story to tell. Welcome to Lagos, your next unforgettable destination. Imagine.
People see entertainment, we see infrastructure. People see culture, we see trillion naira exports.
You're a sick producer.
People see creators, we see industries being built. The numbers are already impossible to ignore. Nollywood captured 49.4% of West Africa's box office in 2025, nearly matching Hollywood's 48.8%. Afrobeat streaming grew 4,530% globally since 2020. Lagos is home to the majority of Nigeria's game studios, animation labs, visual effects houses, and digital creators competing at international scale. But here's what's changing. AI isn't replacing this. It's accelerating it exponentially. Producers who once waited weeks for cinematography renders now iterate in hours. Sound designers are layering Afrobeat with precision-engineered synthesis, creating sonic territories that didn't exist before. Animators are scaling from concept to frame at speeds that were impossible 5 years ago. Film editors, concept artists, motion designers, they're not being displaced, they're being amplified. This isn't theory, this is happening right now in converted warehouses and startup studios across Lagos. Real infrastructure, real talent, real IP that nobody else owns. The global market is already watching. Nollywood is already winning. Afrobeat is already leading streaming charts worldwide. Game studios in Lagos are already shipping to international publishers. The infrastructure is already being used. The talent is already proven. Technology has become the tool that lets Lagos amplify what it already does better than anywhere else on Earth. Lagos isn't exporting entertainment. Lagos is exporting the future, and the future needs investment. Invest in Lagos State. Build with what's already winning.
Invest in Lagos. That's the message. Invest in Lagos. We're almost at the finishing line, and we are going to hear from the man of the moment shortly, so remain in your seats. But before we do, it gives me great pleasure to call for the vote of thanks. Someone who's been working very hard to make these last 2 days happen. So I want you to give him a lusty, robust round of applause as I call the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment for the great state of Lagos. Please welcome Mr. Babatunde Onigbanjo.
Imagine a city that thinks ahead. A city powered by data, sustainability, and innovation. Imagine Lagos becoming the
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, worthy investors. It's noteworthy that over the past 2 days, we have witnessed more than a conference. We have experienced a convergence of vision, leadership and enterprise, innovation and strategic collaboration. Under the compelling theme, Lagos, the gateway to Africa. This gathering has once again affirmed the position of Lagos as African leading destination investment for commerce, innovation, and economic opportunities. At this junction, we owe a profound debt of gratitude to the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, for attending in person to declare the summit open yesterday. We also wish to extend very profoundly our gratitude to Mr. Governor, our Mr. Investment, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Please, can we give a round of applause for the governor, please? And also to Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri of Obafemi Hamzat, both of whom unwavering commitment to creating business-friendly environment continues to implore confidence among local and international investors. We also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to all members of the diplomatic corps, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, particularly our House Committee Chairman on Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, Honorable Abiodun Tobun. And to all members of the State Executive Council, especially our face of commerce and investment in Lagos, my own dear sister, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, Mrs. Fola Shade Bada Ambrose Medebe. To our esteemed body of permanent secretary, most of whom came in their large numbers yesterday. I'm particularly excited. I'm happy to have you. Thank you very much for joining me to celebrate with us yesterday. To all heads of commissions, captains of industries, business leaders, partners, financial institutions, and representatives of multinationals, innovators, and members of the media, whose presence and contributions have enriched this event immensely. We are very grateful. Our special gratitude goes to the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, CWEC, for its valuable partnership and shared commitment to promoting trade, investment, and sustainable economic growth across the Commonwealth group of nations. We also wish to acknowledge our esteemed sponsors, partners whose support contributed significantly to the success of this event. We extend our deep appreciation to our gold partners, the government of Taraba State, Plateau State, Imo State, and of course, Niger State. We also wish to thank the Access Bank, the First Bank, and the CCE for their most profound contribution towards the success of this summit. We as well wish to acknowledge our silver partners, the Afro-Exim, the Aridox, the Toleram. Huge gratitude to our pavilion partners, the MRDEP, Lagos Free Trade Zone, FCMB, the Origin Group, and the rest of you. We are particularly delighted to also extend our sincere gratitude to our strategic partners, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Stalin One, PAC Capital, all our technical partners, the Sahara Group, the Lekki Worldwide Investment, the Lagos International Revenue Service, and the Electron Energy. Your support demonstrates the power of collaboration in advancing economic development and unlocking new opportunities for business and investors. To our distinguished speakers, the panelists, our moderators, all the facilitators, and subject matter experts, we can't thank you enough for sharing your insights, your experiences, and perspectives. The quality of conversation held during this summit has been very exceptional. The ideas exchanged, the partnership initiated, the commitment made will undoubtedly extend far beyond these walls and contribute meaningfully to the future prosperity of Lagos, Nigeria, and indeed Africa as a whole. To our investors and business delegates from across Nigeria and all around the world, we thank you for choosing to engage with us in Lagos. Your interest, your participation, and the confidence reaffirms what we have always known. Lagos remains a land of immense opportunities. Please, Lagos deserves a round of applause for that. Thank you very much. God bless you. We particularly appreciate the dedication of all members of the local organizing committee, from the two co-chairs and to all members who have assiduously worked tirelessly in the last couple of months to ensure we have what we are showcasing here today. To all our security personnel, volunteers, support staff, and every individual whose effort behind the scene ensured seamless execution of this summit, we are grateful. We are grateful for your professionalism, for your commitment, and your attention to details. As we conclude this Invest in Lagos 3.0 Summit, let us remember that the true measure of success will not merely be quick quality of discussion that we have had, but the action we take after today. Let the conversation after collaboration, let the engagement become investment. Let us build ideas to become enterprises. And let the partnership formed here become a catalyst for sustainable economic growth, job creation, innovation, and shared prosperity. As we depart, may we live with renewed confidence, stronger partnership, and a deeper appreciation of the vast opportunities that Lagos offers. We look forward to welcoming you back and witnessing many more successful outcomes that will emerge after this engagement. Thank you for your presence, your partnership, and your belief in the future of Lagos. May God bless you all. May God bless Lagos State. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for your attention. God bless you all.
God bless you, Permanent Secretary. Thank you very much. So many people have been working on this to make this happen, including I notice I spy one such person, the country chair for the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. He also chairs CWEX Nigeria Advisory Board. Legal giant here in Nigeria, Attorney General of Lagos State once. Please give it up. Please stand up and acknowledge Mr. Shupo Shashore, SAN, right there. Okay. Moving swiftly on, we're almost there, now we'll take a statement from another gentleman who's worked very hard to make this fantastic event fantastic. Please welcome the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Honorable Governor, please, Mr. Sam Egube.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Invest Lagos 3.0. This is Invest Lagos like no other. We've had Invest Lagos 1, Invest Lagos 2, but when we start to plan for Invest Lagos 3, We wanted it to be one that was like no other. And we heard that it was so. We heard that it was fantastic. We heard that it was beyond our imaginations. And why not? This is Lagos, the center of excellence. Let's put a round of applause for Lagos. People said it was outstanding. People said it was global standard. Some even said it was exceptional. And some, looking into the future, said it is a show to look forward to. So, for Lashade, it's like 4.0 is loading. And let's begin to look forward to 4.0. Mr. Governor, Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, cabinet members here present. I would like to acknowledge the chair for the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, Lord Marland, that has been so much present, and I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. I also like to acknowledge the conference chair, a man of great vision, and you heard a lot from him, Mr. Ike Imokwede. Distinguished guests, investors, business leaders, development partners, members of the diplomatic community, captains of industry, other colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen. As we close Invest Lagos 3.0, I want to begin with just one word. Thank you. Thank you for your decision to join the conversation and your decision to act. Thank you for your willingness to collaborate and to partner with Lagos. Thank you for your choice of Lagos as an investment destination. Thank you for your confidence in Lagos. When we started planning this event, what occupied our minds were the usual things: venues, schedules, speakers, logistics, budgets, deadlines. But sitting through the conversations over the last 2 days, I have been reminded that we were planning more than just an event. We were bringing together people who believe in possibilities. And they do not only believe in possibilities, they are determined to find it, to nurture it to reality. You traveled from across the country, from across the continent, and indeed from across the world to be here. Over 2 days, we have heard leaders across sectors and beyond our borders. We have exchanged perspectives, challenged assumptions, explored opportunities, and built new connections. One message has emerged clearly: Lagos is not waiting for the future. Lagos is already building that future. This city has become Africa's gateway for investment, technology, and innovation, not by accident, but by deliberate effort. The story of Lagos is the story of people who dare to create, to build, and to solve problems. Entrepreneurs who start with little more than an idea and share determination. A government committed to building an environment where enterprise can genuinely thrive. Mr. Governor, the governor of Lagos, has demonstrated this over the administration and has continued to build through recessions, through COVID-19, and through diverse headwinds, and has done so gracefully and successfully. I think the governor deserves a round of applause. We heard from governors across Nigeria who are driving economic transformation within their states. We explored what it takes to build cities within their state. We explored what it takes to build cities that can attract capital, support innovation, create jobs, and compete globally. We discussed partnerships required to finance the future and the institutions required to sustain it. We saw and agreed that capital is not emotional, but has memory. We learned that it does not respond only to ambition, but it rewards delivery and execution. And it follows also local investments. We also spent time examining the extraordinary energy of Africa's technology ecosystem. We discussed innovation not as a slogan, but as an economic force, one capable of expanding inclusion, increasing productivity, and creating entire new industries. The conversation reinforced what many of us already knew. Africa's future will not simply be imported. It will increasingly be designed, financed, built right here on the continent. We reflected on the importance of talent, creativity, and culture as economic assets. We were reminded that some of our greatest exports are not commodities, but ideas, creativity, and human potential by our own people. Across music, film, fashion, technology, entrepreneurship, Africa's voice continues to grow stronger and more influential around the world, especially from Lagos. Yet we are fully aware that the journey ahead matters more than the progress we celebrate today. Investment is at the heart and act of belief. It is about our people and creating a future where prosperity is not a privilege to a few, but a reality for many. What I have seen in this room over the past 2 days is belief. Belief in Lagos, belief in Nigeria, belief in the continent of Africa, and the opportunities that lie ahead of us all. People continue to come to Lagos because this city gives them the sense that tomorrow can be better than today. That is why these conversations matter beyond this room. To our investors and partners, Lagos remains open for business, for innovation, and for partnership. We understand that investment thrives where there is vision, stability, transparency, and confidence that commitments made today will endure tomorrow. We remain committed to strengthening these foundations and building an ecosystem where businesses succeed and investors achieve sustainable returns. To our development partners, diplomatic partners, and international institutions, thank you for your continued confidence in Lagos and in Nigeria. Your collaboration, expertise, and partnerships are deeply valued. To the governors and the state representatives who joined us, thank you for demonstrating that subnationals' leadership remains one of the most important drivers of economic transformation across our country. To the organizing committee, our public servants, our volunteers, our private sector participants, technical teams, security personnel, protocol officers, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, the event looked seamless just because of you. And to Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu and Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, whose vision continues to position Lagos as a leading destination for investment, enterprise, and innovation, thank you for your leadership and your unwavering commitment to the future of this state. Ladies and gentlemen, great cities are not defined by size, but by their abilities to imagine possibilities and then to do the hard work of turning those possibilities into realities. Lagos has always imagined boldly, from a small coastal settlement to one of the world's most dynamic urban economies. This city has grown because generations after generations chose ambition over limitation, innovation over complacency, and progress over comfort. Now, together, we must build boldly. As you live today, don't think of this as the end of a conference. Think of it as the beginning of new partnerships, new investments, new ideas, and the next chapter in the Lagos story. Thank you so much for believing in Lagos. Thank you for being part of the future we are building together. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And now, as we close this conference, I would like to invite on stage a man that has pioneered several great events, a man we know as Mr. Infrastructure, a man who has done many firsts in the city of Lagos, a man we all normally know as Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, to come up stage Okay, thank you very much, sir. I understand that you are not coming up right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
We're almost at the end, and I want to remind all of you to make sure that you see the pavilions, you make sure that whatever happened in the deal room gets done, and also there are 20 electric vehicles outside. There are site visits tomorrow. You saw the QR code for you. Please join us tomorrow. One of them is the Dangote refinery, is it not? And the Lekki Free Trade Zone.
We will have the QR code displayed on the screen now. So 2 QR codes will be displayed. One is for registration for the site visit tomorrow. For those who are interested, we're imploring all our delegates to be a part of it, but you must register. So the QR code, yes, for day 3 is now on the screen. If you'd like to visit the Dangote refinery, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, we have a couple of other sites to visit. You should see those places. So scan the QR code and register. There's another QR code, the International Health Delegate Form. We want all our international delegates to please scan this, and it's compulsory for you to fill this, input your information, and then it will give you the necessary prompt. Also, we want you to visit the pavilion before you leave. Just a lot of things are happening. Please visit the pavilion, check out the exhibition booths, and be a part of all that Invest Lagos has been.
And listen, give us a round of applause. And let the round of applause be at the level of how much you enjoyed this momentous moment. And now I'm going to now ask the man of the moment to please join us and take the stage, because what we're going to do is ask His Excellency to come to the stage, and I want you, please, to give him a fantastic standing ovation.
No, so hold on, Mr. Governor. Mr. Governor, sorry, just to interrupt you.
We're changing, this is live.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Ooh.
But we have to give Mr. Governor the honor that he deserves. Mr. Governor, I've not called you, sir. Mr. Governor, with all due respect, Your Excellency, Mr. Governor of Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Mr. Governor will remain seated. Oh, Mr. Deputy Governor, no, I can't tell you to rise, sir. This 2-day convening has been exceptional, and we thank the visionary leadership behind this convening, one that is designated and committed to ensuring that Lagos is not just Nigeria's commercial capital, but Africa's investment gateway. It takes a lot to put this together, and we must celebrate this visionary man who is sat right here, who I've not invited upstage, by the way. So please give a lusty round of applause as we celebrate Mr. Sellable, Mr. Governor, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Lagos State, the one who is visionary by all standards.
Invest in Lagos.
Mr. Invest in Lagos. Keep the applause rolling, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves the accolades. He's worked hard and he's been here. We also celebrate the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Thank you so much for your leadership in convening this world-class conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe all the members of the planning committee, if you can just come out and just take a bow for 1 minute, because I won't call you again. All the planning committee members that have put this together, let's also give them a big round of applause. All of them, all of them, all of them. All of them. Even the ones that come late for meetings, I'm sure they want to come. Oh yeah, I'm seeing them, you know. I call meetings and they don't show up, but it's okay. Take your flowers, So let's give them a big round of applause. Just take a bow.
Sir, can I hold your hand? Sir, we have to hold our God's hand. Oh yeah, all of us.
Okay. It wasn't part of a dry run, but it's okay. That's okay. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I think one more applause to all of you still in this room. This room looks like it was just 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and you have all been gracious. You've been very generous with your time. I think you all deserve a big round of applause. To all of our youth, our volunteer groups, thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I came in for the last session, I had a brief security meeting, and I have members of my State Security Council that are also here. These are the men that are also keeping Lagos. Please stand up for record. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, all of our service commanders and members of the security architecture of the state. Thank you very, very much for honoring us with your time here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, global investors, development partners, heads of mission, cabinet members, captains of industry, Secretary General or AFCFTA, the Secretary General of Commonwealth of Nations, all of you that have been here since yesterday, I want to thank you. At the beginning of this summit, we posed a simple question, but was a very profound one to ourselves and to the world. Is Lagos the business gateway to Africa? I believe as we conclude this Invest Lagos 3.0, the answer is no longer theoretical. The answer, I believe, is unanimous, and it's a yes. It is reflected in the quality of the conversation that we've held, the partnership we have forged, the commitments that have been secured, the MOUs that have been signed, and the confidence demonstrated by investors across the world over the past 2 days. Today, we witnessed the signing of strategic agreements between Lagos State and our investment partners. These are not ceremonial documents, they are instruments for execution. They represent investment to be facilitated, projects to be delivered, jobs to be created, and prosperity to be shared. Under our post-summit investment conversation framework, every commitment made here will be tracked, it will be monitored, and it will be supported to ensure tangible outcomes. Because of us, success is not measured by the quality of discussions alone. Success, we believe, is measured by implementation. We continue to govern transparently, we deliver intentionally, and we remain accountable for results. Before speaking about where we're going, it's important to reflect on what this summit has revealed about Lagos and about our country. One of the defining moments of this summit, in my view, was the Governor's Investment Showcase. Beyond highlighting investment opportunity across the states that we all represent, it demonstrated something even more significant: the emergence of new era of subnational competitiveness, aligned with the economic vision of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope Agenda. The Renewed Hope Agenda recognizes that Nigeria's economic transformation will not be driven by the federal government alone. It requires dynamic, investment-ready states capable of unlocking their potentials, ensuring that there is competitive advantage, attracting capital, creating jobs, and driving inclusive growth. What we witnessed from the governors of Lagos, Abia, Imo, Nasarawa, and Plateau states was a practical demonstration of that vision in action. Each state presented a compelling investment proposal that is rooted in its unique strengths, which collectively reinforcing a broader national story. A Nigeria that is open for business, that is committed to reform, and that is determined to compete successfully for global capital. This alignment between national economic reforms and subnational execution is one of the most encouraging developments in Nigeria's investment landscape today. And I think it's also appropriate that we give Mr. Vice President in absentia a big round of applause for honoring us with his presence here yesterday and for being very, very generous with his time. And so for us in Lagos, it reaffirms our leadership role, not merely as Nigeria's commercial capital, but as a catalyst for regional growth, for interstate collaboration, for deep industrialization, and for economic prosperity. This morning's plenary on building cities of the future further reinforce an important truth: that infrastructure is not an end in itself. Infrastructure is the foundation upon which economic competitiveness is built. As aptly noted by my able Aki and Popo, Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Oh, people are asking who is Aki and Popo. They will tell you. Every rail line, every road, every port, every power project reflects a deliberate choice about the future we are building. Today, Lagos is undertaking one of the most ambitious infrastructural transformation programs on the continent of Africa. The Blue Line Rail, which was introduced as a modern urban rail transportation in Nigeria. The Red Line, which is also transforming mobility and productivity across Lagos metropolis. The future Lekki International Airport, which will further strengthen Lagos' position as West Africa's premier logistics hub. The ongoing road networks, port modernization, investment in energy infrastructure, all point to one direction: that preparing Lagos for the next generation of economic growth. The Lekki Deep Sea Port, within 5 years, is moving to phase 2 because it's almost reaching the full potential of its installed capacity. And just within 5 years, it's moving to phase 2. You can see that these are not just aspirations. These are projects that have been implemented and under implementation. They've been funded, they are progressing, and they are transforming the investment landscape of our state. The Global Partnership Plenary highlights another important reality. The future of Lagos is inseparable from the future of Nigeria and Africa. With the African Continental Free Trade Area, which creates a market of about 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP of over 3 trillion, Lagos continues to occupy a unique strategic position. Today, that was also further enhanced and mentioned by the Executive Secretary of the area, and of course, by Samantha on the conversation they held earlier today, which further confirms, that we're on the right path and we're on the right trajectory. And so we're not merely a city, we are a gateway connecting investors to Nigeria, a gateway connecting Nigeria to Africa, and increasingly a gateway connecting Africa to the global market. I want to particularly acknowledge our partners, all of you from European Union, from African Development Bank, the French Development Bank, the UNDP, the Afro-Exim Bank, from the British International Investment, and of course the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. Various numerous international institutions that all have been represented here. Your participation reflects growing global confidence in Lagos as a destination for long-term capital and strategic partner. Our plenary session on talent, creativity, and culture reminded us that our greatest competitive advantage remains our people. Lagos is Africa's capital of creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to just a snippet of the Lagos fashion, creative hub. You saw the elegant display of Lagos creativity today here. That was just a snippet. If we'd given them 4 hours, they will be on this stage for 4 hours. That's how much energy, that's how much creativity, that's how much passion they have for what they do. You know that our music, our film, our fashion, our technology ecosystem, and the creative industry have become a powerful economic asset that projects Nigeria's influence globally. While it creates jobs, it brings about investment opportunities, and we're also exporting all of these earnings. The global success of Afrobeats, the Nollywood, the fashion industry, the digital content that we're creating, and the wider creative economy demonstrate the culture is no longer an expression, it's now an identity. It is now an engine of growth. It is an investment opportunity, and it is one that Lagos' strongest competitive advantage sits on. You saw the conversation with David Oyelowo earlier today, how we're rallying investment from different parts of the world, going in under the fabric of Hollywood, and we're bringing it onto Nollywood, onto African soil. David, thank you very much. We know that that big transaction will happen, and it will happen very, very soon. Similarly, we've seen conversation on energy and sustainability, which has reinforced that the future of industrial competitiveness depends on reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy. Through the electricity market reforms, investment in renewable energy, which is embedded in generation and the work of the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, we are creating a framework that will enable the private sector to participate and to unlock new opportunities for investment. Energy security is economic security, and Lagos is taking a deliberate step to strengthen both. We've also seen conversation on our future plan for the Lagos International Financial Center. My co-chair and co-chair for this summit, Mr. Aiboje I. Imokwede and Mr. Cooper, also were on the stage where the conversations have been well put together. And I want to assure you, sirs, that it will not just be a talk shop. The LIFC will, by the grace of God, with the support of the federal government, will become a reality very, very soon. And I think it's also important that we thank the UK government on the City UK and all of our collaborators on that journey. Ladies and gentlemen, an investable destination is built on one fundamental principle: credibility. Credibility comes from consistency. Credibility comes from real execution. Credibility comes from keeping your promise. Like I said previously, in my previous life as treasurer, we're taught that your word must continue to remain your bond. What we are standing here to say is that we're putting our credibility on the line and we'll keep our promise. Since 2019, this administration has pursued a clear development agenda through our teams and our Teams Plus agenda. We promised transformational transportation infrastructure. We have delivered on all of it, not only in rail, not only in the waterways, but also on our road. We promised to improve the ease of doing business. Today, we're #1 in the country. We have open access, and we're continually adjudged as the best place to do business in our country. We have implemented those reforms. We promised a digital transformation. We're investing in innovation. We're building fiber capabilities. Just recently, with our private sector, we opened hyperscale data center, and several are still in the works. We promised to position Lagos as Africa's leading center for enterprise, for technology and investment. Today, that vision is increasingly become a reality. I do not recount these achievements for celebration alone. I'm recounting them because investors invest where government demonstrates consistency, where they demonstrate predictability, and they have the executing capacity. And I dare say, Lagos is ready. Lagos is not just a work in progress. Lagos is that place that you want. And so to our investors, our partners that have gathered here in the last 2 days, let me assure you once again that this government receiving your investment is one with a proven track record of delivery. The institutions supporting your investments are becoming stronger, and the opportunities before you have never been greater. The investment architecture we are building, including, like I said, the LIFC, the investment facilitating framework, ease of doing business, digital governance initiative, and post-summit conversation mechanism, we believe is designed to endure beyond our administration, because great cities are built on institutions, not on individuals. I will ease in less than 1 year, and I'm believing God that the man that will be standing here as your next governor is somewhere in this room. And so to the incoming generation of leaders, we will steward Lagos into the future. And I say this, the relationship established here over the last 2 days belongs to Lagos. The opportunities identified belong to Lagos. The partnership forged belong to Lagos. And the responsibility to nurture, to deepen and to convert them belongs to all who will have the privilege of serving these great states within this great nation. Before I close, let me take this opportunity to once again thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who had given me personally this rare opportunity to serve, but who God has given the opportunity to lead this country at this difficult time. We know that you are leading with your full chest. We know all of the challenges that are before you as our Commander-in-Chief. We want to assure you that for us in Lagos, we continue to stand with you. We'll continue to work, on leaders who choose to spend the last 2 days with us. Don't go yet. You still have tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And one thing we keep saying in Lagos, once you come for the first time, we are sure that you are going to book your next trip and your next trip and your next trip. And this will not be an exception. Lagos will continue to have the wings to receive you, to have the shoulder to carry you, and to have the belief that this is one place that you can call home. Tomorrow, many of our guests will visit some of our most important economic assets in Lagos. The refinery, which you will see, the free trade zone, and all of the clusters of industrial development that we've seen on that corridor. What they will see is not just a city waiting for transformation. They will see a city already undergoing transformation, a city building at scale, a city investing with purpose, a city that is preparing for the future, a city that is fulfilling its destiny. Lagos is not merely participating in Africa's growth story. Lagos is helping to write that African story. Africa's business gateway is open. The world is welcome because Lagos is ready. Thank you very much, and it's been an honor to be the 15th governor of Lagos State. Thank you, and it's now my pleasure to declare this summit closed. See you at the Lagos Summit 4.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please stay with us as we take some photos.
A city part.
We'd like to invite the Deputy Governor of Lagos State to please join Mr. Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi, Lord Marland. And based on Mr. Governor,
Chief Marland,
no, we need to give him a Yoruba name, Olawale.
Marland.
One of it. We'll think about it. All right.
We
we'd
move
like to
this
invite
podium
the
out of the way,
LOC.
please, very sharply. Where are my guys? Move
The
the
local
podium.
organizing committee, please join.
In fact, we could come over here actually and take it. Oh, no, yeah, we could move here. I think today. Oh, sorry. The local organizing committee, I believe we're calling
Yes,
it. The
please.
local organizing committee, please come and join us.
Can
for the
we have the Invest Lagos 3.0 banner on the screen
Yes,
so that would be
yes.
the backdrop? Thank you.
Please have the banner. Let us see the Invest Lagos 3.0 banner. Beautiful. Thank you. This is the final photo.
This
We
is
promise.
Lagos. Invest in Lagos. If you have any other member of the LOC in the room, quickly make your way to the stage to join this picture. Thank you. This is the final picture for Invest Lagos 3.0. It has indeed been an incredible, promising 2 days.
Can we ask you to hold hands and raise your hands for Invest Lagos? Yes, Invest Lagos 3.0.
Invest Lagos 3.0. This is Lagos. Thank you so much. We'll take the national anthem, which signifies the close.
Yes, so we have the national anthem. Please stay, come back to your seats for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
We will take the first stanza. So if we would ask everyone to please rise as together we take the first stanza of the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. All right, we need to take the national anthem now. So if you'd please just stay where you are in honor of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And if you're sitting, please rise.
We hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Can we have the youth volunteers come quickly to the governor and Mr. Governor, Deputy Governor, for a quick photograph? Youth volunteers alone. Very quickly, we need to do this in 30 seconds.
We move as one. Small businesses growing, entrepreneurs on fire. Every dream was funding, every vision reaching high. 80,000 jobs created, one from every deal we sign. Lagos
We only want the youth. So any married men and women that are here that are saying they are youth, you are not in the photo. Only the youth, please. You are not a youth. Wave your flags, wave your flags, wave your flags.
The business gateway to Africa, where innovation meets capital. Rise with Lagos.
Your Excellencies, extraordinarily distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us. It is indeed our honor to welcome you to Invest Lagos 3.0. This is Lagos, the center of excellence, the state of aquatic splendor, Africa's commercial heartbeat, Nigeria's economic powerhouse, and the business gateway to Africa, and by extension, the rest of the world.
In Lagos, ideas become enterprises. Enterprises become more industries, and industries create prosperity. Welcome to Lagos Investment Summit 3.0. Welcome to Lagos. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as we say in Lagos, Igbega, Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe.
Across our over 2,567 days that we've been around, we have walked, we've been driven by vision, by ambition. We've set out to leave things better than we met them.
In Abia State, one thing we have is population linked to markets, entrepreneurial population, and enterprising population.
We will not compete with Lagos. We will not supply the material to Lagos. And no, I'm not even inviting the other investors. I'm inviting Lagos to come and be partner.
When you come to do business in Imo State, you move by land, by air, and by sea.
Now, our economy has stabilized. Our foreign reserves is in the region of $50 billion and still growing. So I want to assure you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that Nigeria is ready and open for business.
On behalf of the organizers of Invest Lagos 3.0, bring to a close a wonderful first day of Invest Lagos 3.0. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Rise with Lagos, rise with
Your Excellencies, extraordinarily distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us. It is indeed our honor to welcome you to Invest Lagos 3.0. This is Lagos, the center of excellence, the state of aquatic splendor, Africa's commercial heartbeat, Nigeria's economic powerhouse, and the business gateway to Africa, and by extension, the rest of the world.
In Lagos, ideas become enterprises. Enterprises become more industries, and industries create prosperity. Welcome to Lagos Investment Summit 3.0. Welcome to Lagos. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as we say in Lagos, Ìgbéga, Ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe.
Across our over 2,567 days that we've been around, we have worked, we've been driven by vision, by ambition. We've set out to leave things better than we met them.
In Abia State, one thing we have is population linked to markets, entrepreneurial population, and enterprising population.